Child has autism. He doesn't usually elope, but one day he did, and it was the most terrifying moment of our lives.
If I didn't have a home security system, I would have realized way too late he's gone.
Right now, Vivint is offering a free doorbell camera with any new plan, plus free installation and low monthly monitoring plans. Smart locks, lights, cameras, and more makes Vivint Home Security the smartest way to protect your family and prevent a tragedy. Vivint is the #1 smart home service provider in the U.S. Protection is just a phone call away. Call 800-953-6693. That's 800-953-6693. Monthly service agreement required for free installation.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, January 3rd, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The FBI's take right now is that there are no indication the two attacks in two American cities on New Year's Day were connected. Fox's Jeff Bonasso with more.
The FBI in New Orleans, after initially saying the trunk attack that killed 14 and injured 35 was not a terror event, then it was, and that the suspect may not have acted alone. Now tell us.
We do not assess at this point that anyone else is involved in this attack except for Shamsuddin Jabbar.
Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Reyes saying Jabbar was radicalized by the terror group ISIS. That investigation ongoing, as well as the truck bomb attack on New Year's Day outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, in which police say the suspect shot himself in the head. Both terror suspects, Army vets who served at the same Army base at different times. Jeff Bonasso, Fox News.
The Trump transition team organizing a victory rally ahead of Inauguration Day on January 20th. Fox's Kevin Cork is in Washington with more.
This is actually going to happen at Capital One Arena. It's downtown. It's going to be the first rally organized by the Trump team since his victory over the vice president in November's election. Notably, it's also the first time he's holding a rally in D.C. since, of course, he delivered remarks on the ellipse back on January 6th of 2021. However, given that the inauguration will take place a day later, there are those who are questioning the wisdom of hosting such an event, especially with the district already in a heightened security posture. But even Mr. Trump himself is blaming that on the Biden administration's border policies.
And that inauguration, of course, will be January 20th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
These unidentified drones that are flying over New Jersey, they're saying they should declare some kind of a state of emergency.
Here's a marketing idea. I know yesterday was the sales day, so this probably won't be heard for another 6 days. We need to have a Kayal and Company drone watch party.
Oh, boy.
We gather wherever these are. We'll go to Jersey, get mulligans on the line. Yeah. We're all going to sit outside, put the fire pits on. We'll have some drinks, and we'll watch drones.
Johnny Z, are you listening, buddy?
Let's go.
Open up mulligan. Let's do this, buddy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home that you think was full of you-know-what, trying to sell you a bunch of stuff that you don't need? Look, if your furnace or heat pump need to be fixed, we'll send one of our technicians out to do one thing: fix it. And if we do think you need a new furnace or heat pump, we'll send out one of our factory-trained teams to install state-of-the-art Trane heating systems to keep you warm. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
Def Leppard in concert. The return to Atlantic City. Saturday, June 28th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Get set to get rocked. Def Leppard, one night only. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Def Leppard.
Where will 2025 take you? With an education from University of Maryland Global Campus, it could take you towards your next success. An accredited state university, UMGC helps working adults like you learn the skills you need for the career you want. And with no application fee through February 12th, there is no better time to start. Choose from more than 135 degrees and certificates in career-relevant fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Plus, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks for most courses, personalized support, and lifetime career services. And with transfer credits and scholarships for those who qualify, UMGC can help you take a leap forward no matter where you are on your education journey. Classes start soon. Apply now and get your application fee waived through February 12th. Visit umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
From Fox Business.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day Thursday on Wall Street for the first trading session of the new year. All of the major indices lost ground. The Dow down 152, the S&P 500 slipped 14, the Nasdaq lost 30, the Nasdaq and the S&P down 5 days in a row each. Shares of Tesla down 6%. That weighed on the Nasdaq and the S&P in the wake of its first annual drop in deliveries. Apple stock falling over 2.5%. UBS analysts lowering their iPhone sales estimates even further, predicting for the quarter ending in December, iPhone revenue will decline 5%. First-time unemployment claims down 9,000 this week to 211,000. The number of people collecting continuing benefits, 1.844 million, the lowest since September. And the average rate on a 30-year U.S. mortgage, 6.91%. According to Freddie Mac, that's the highest since early July. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's out with the old today, in with the new at the U.S. Capitol, when a new Congress is sworn in, with Republicans now in control of the Senate and House. And Speaker Mike Johnson tells Fox and Friends the deadly terror attack in New Orleans is
an illustration that we live in very serious times. We cannot afford any palace drama here. We have got to get the Congress started.
And what he means by palace drama, the first order of business in the House, before they can consider issues like raising the debt limit and border security and more, they vote today to elect a speaker, and Mike Johnson hopes it's him again.
I'm humbled and honored to have President Trump's endorsement for the role again, as well as the endorsement of leaders across the conservative spectrum and the Republican Party.
But not everyone. Some of his GOP colleagues aren't sure still.
We have a Titanic on the crash course with the iceberg, and our country fiscally is going to have a disaster. And this is a fault of Congress.
That's why Congresswoman Victoria Spartz questions whether Speaker Johnson is right for the job, telling Fox,
I can give him a chance, but I would like to hear from him how he's going to be delivering this agenda and what plan he has, and he hasn't been doing it.
Well, President-elect Trump calls Johnson in his endorsement on Truth Social a good religious man who will do the right thing. Congressman Thomas Massey has already said he's very likely to vote no. One more GOP vote against Speaker Johnson in the House could block his reelection.
To call it a slim majority in the House, Dave, is putting it mildly. It might be the thinnest majority of all time.
Colin Reed is a Republican strategist, co-founder of South and Hill Strategies.
For Speaker Johnson, he's got one of the toughest jobs in Washington because not only does he have to preside over this caucus that has the Democrats nipping at his heels, but also all these various fights in his own party. But he's also got he has a long to-do list, as the Republicans everywhere, to get done about the promises they made in the campaign trail last year. And he's got his work cut out for him. Earlier in the week, President-elect Donald Trump threw his full support behind the speaker. That's certainly going to help undo any damage that may have been incurred during the fights over government funding toward the end of last year. But now the work begins anew, new calendar year, long to-do list, and now all the fun starts right now.
You know, you talked about that funding fight that was right before Christmas. President-elect Trump came in and blew up a bipartisan deal. And then the plan that was restructured was rejected by, I don't know, several dozen House Republicans who went against their president-elect. Is that still an issue for them to deal with? I mean, the Freedom Caucus still doesn't really love Speaker Johnson. Could they try to have some leverage with President-elect Trump and try to find somebody different?
A couple of things I think are at play here right now, Dave. One, Republican voters. Well, first of all, the Republican tent is very large. The coalition that President Trump put together in November and transcended up and down the ticket, it included voters that don't always vote Republican. It included young voters. It included minority voters. It's a coalition that has a lot of different views on a lot of different things. And by nature, that's going to make governing a messy business. And that's okay. That's the virtue of having a large tent and the ability to put together coalitions to get things done. But where I think you're seeing Republicans up and down, doesn't really matter where they came from ideologically, is this just huge and growing concern over the state of our nation's finances and this national debt and deficit that continues to soar with no end in sight, that ballooned to new highs during the Biden administration. And to be fair, it happened during Republican administrations too. But now there's this desire to get serious about cutting the fat. This Department of Government Efficiency led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, the reason that you're seeing so much attention and gravity and focus on that is because people want the fat trimmed, they want the belt tightened. You pick the analogy. Now that the power has shifted, that Republicans control all three branches, now is the time to do it, Dave. And they need to do it, and they need to do it quickly, because before you know it, it'll be campaign time again, and we'll be off the focus of governing, we'll be on to the next election. So there's a very small window to get things done, and cutting the fat needs to be atop that list.
What would it mean for Republican momentum if Speaker Johnson isn't elected on the first ballot, and then we have days like we had with Kevin McCarthy 2 years ago?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we've all seen this movie before. We know how it ends, both with the protracted fight for former Speaker McCarthy to get elected and then the efforts to depose him not that many months later. And I go back to the old rule of politics. You can't replace somebody with no one. Speaker Johnson stepped up. He was the only one who was able to win in October of 2023 when the Republican Party was going through this again. So until and unless somebody emerges with the support of the party, but with President Trump's support, as Speaker Johnson got earlier in the week, that's going to be really hard for that to happen. So as long as he enjoys the president's support, the entire party infrastructure, power, energy, it revolves around the president. And as long as Speaker Johnson has that support from Trump, his job will be relatively safe. But That being said, that margin is not going to get any. It's not going to get any better in terms of his ability to have more wiggle room for the foreseeable future. So he's always going to have just an immensely tightrope to walk.
He's trying really hard to get them to raise the debt ceiling before he takes office, so he doesn't have to deal with that issue anymore. But that has some fiscal conservatives not excited either, because it goes back to that overspending issue.
Yeah. At some point, voters have just had enough of just the endless raising of debt ceilings, more borrowing. They know that this is ultimately going to fall not on this generation, but on future generations. And it's our global competitors who are buying up more and more of our debt, and it's just putting ourselves in a deeper and deeper fiscal hole. So at some point, that's gonna. And by the way, the Democrats, if you talk to them, they have no interest in reining in any of this spending, because that's not what they believe. So when you have two parties, one has to draw a bright line in the sand. The Democrats are certainly not going to do it. So it's got to fall on the Republican Party to do, because at some point you just can't keep spending and spending forever. And look, but that also entails making really hard choices. I think that's why this idea that rather than just coming in there and making promises that you can't keep, this idea that Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to come in there. They're outsiders. They're not from government. They come from the business world. In the business world, you don't have the ability to just borrow and borrow forever. So let's hope they can get serious about it, because not just for the good of the Republican Party, but also the good of our country, that this runaway spending train comes to an end at some point.
You know, that Department of Government Efficiency is actually, it's not really a government agency. What credibility / clout does it have to implement anything? I mean, Congress has to do something, right? The DOGE can't just do something, can it?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. And hopefully this idea that they don't necessarily have constitutional authority to implement laws, but they have the ear of the president with the largest bully pulpit probably certainly in modern political history, to go out there and make his case directly to voters. The other thing that I think Republicans need to get really serious about really fast is the Tax Cuts and Job Act of 2017, better known to many as the Trump tax cuts. That was passed along strictly partisan lines in 2017. Democrats were not interested in supporting that, but those tax cuts have worked, and they have helped people across the board. And the bad news, Dave, is they are set to expire at the end of this year. And so come New Year's Day 2026, without action from Congress, every American is facing a tax hike. Congress, as we saw late last year, has this bad habit of kicking important decisions until the last possible moment. If the Republican majority were able to, and maybe they'd even get some Democratic support, because the Democrats are so just out of ideas and just bereft of any sort of vision right now. If the Republican majority in the House and the Senate were able to reauthorize those tax cuts early on, put them on the president's desk, sign them, not only would that be a huge political win, but the business community who is watching, waiting, and hoping that this year's performance is better than last year's in terms of government prioritizing the things it needs to do, that would just be a huge sign of relief. That would spur growth across the board. That would lead to more economic progress, which in turn is one of the other ways. It's not just about cutting fat. It's also about spurring growth. That's one half of that equation, is reauthorizing those tax cuts.
All right, we spoke about Elon Musk. He is at the heart of a spirited debate that has him and Vivek Ramaswamy at odds with conservatives who are hardliners on immigration reform. Musk is a strong advocate of the H-1B visa program that allowed him and many other skilled foreign workers to come to the U.S. Critics say it takes jobs away from Americans. Republican Senator Eric Schmidt says it needs to be reformed, that program, telling Fox.
The broader issue here is mass migration that has undercut jobs, wages, and increased housing costs.
Now, President-elect Trump tried to tamp down the tension that flared up over the weekend, saying he supports the H-1B visa program.
Ultimately, whatever the president says is where the verdict will be, and he's made his point clear. But a couple of things. One, it's much better to be having this debate than some of the debates of the last 4 years of the Biden presidency about soaring inflation, open border, mortgage rates hitting new highs, you name it. So that's a good place to be. And number two, this comes with governing, and there's going to be more hiccups along the way. And ultimately, it's on President Trump to set the tone, tenor, and policy of the party, and people will fall in line behind that. And I think that's what you saw play out over the holidays. There was this dispute with Elon on one side and some of the more other MAGA figures in the other. President Trump came in and he took a position. As long as he keeps to that, that's where the party policy will go.
All right. Lastly, on the Senate side, All the confirmation hearings are looming for the Trump cabinet and Trump appointees. Do you think it could be messy? I mean, the Republicans control the Senate.
This is what's so interesting to me, Dave. Last time 8 years ago at this point in time, President Trump was coming into office, and all these Democratic senators, they were ready to fight and kick and oppose him at every step of the way. We remember some of those battles and some of those key confirmation hearings, whether it was Senator Booker or Senator Elizabeth Warren or Senator Bernie Sanders, all of whom were auditioning to run for president. This time around, you've hardly heard a peep from any of these folks. And the Democratic opposition is so demoralized, is so depressed, is still scratching their heads about what happened a couple of months ago, that they haven't yet begun to figure out how they're going to mount an opposition. And President Trump has just got open field in front of him, and unless he fumbles of his own accord, these picks are going to get through. And I do think that, here's your 2025 prediction for you, that it's very possible that every single one of President Trump's picks gets through, unless somebody finds themselves to be eminently unqualified or has some sort of issue that arises during the vetting. And I know that senators take the advise and consent rules very seriously, as they should. But if these picks are deemed qualified and are deemed and pass their confirmation hearings, it's possible that he gets his entire slate confirmed, which would be so much different than 8 years before.
Well, it's going to be interesting as the next Congress takes over on Friday. Colin Reed, Republican strategist, co-founder of South and Hill Strategies. Great to talk to you. Thanks, Colin. Happy New Year.
Thanks so much, Dave. Happy New Year.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Fox News, I'm Deborah Valentine. President Biden renewing his commitment to targeting terrorist groups after the New Year's Day terror attack in New Orleans.
We continue to relentlessly pursue ISIS and other terrorist organizations where they are, and they'll find no safe harbor here.
The FBI believes the suspect, Shamad Din Jabbar, acted alone. The attack killed at least 14 people. Authorities say the highly decorated soldier inside a Tesla Cybertruck that exploded outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas shot himself in the head just before detonation. An experimental plane crashed into a building Thursday in Southern California. Transportation Safety Board investigator Elliot Simpson.
We're going to locate the maintenance records, confirm that the airplane was current for its maintenance, and we'll really take it from there.
The plane is a Vans RV-10 experimental aircraft. 2 people have died and 19 injured. Of those, 11 were hospitalized. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The college football playoff semifinals are set. After the Sugar Bowl was delayed 24 hours following the terror attack in New Orleans, 7-seeded Notre Dame was too much for 2nd-seeded Georgia, defeating the Bulldogs 23-10. Notre Dame scored 17 points in less than a minute of game time, capped off by Jaden Harrison taking the opening kickoff of the second half 98 yards to the house. The Fighting Irish move on to face 6-seeded Penn State in the Orange Bowl on January 9th after the Nittany Lions beat the Broncos of Boise State on Tuesday. In the second semifinal, 5th-seeded Texas and 8th-seeded Ohio State square off in the Cotton Bowl on January 10th. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Black Monday is on the horizon. Monday after the regular season. Jobs are coming open. We've got 3 already open across the NFL. Chicago, New Orleans, and the New York Jets with Eberflus, Allen, and Saleh. They've got a head start on who they may want to target, or if they're also hiring a general manager, they've interviewed general manager candidates who currently don't have a job. Great. Others are coming. Hot seat. Expecting the worst on my list of coaches. These 4. Mike McCarthy. Now, his contract expires. So I don't know if we're going to call this a firing, but he's not going to be retained. I give him credit. His team is still playing hard for him. At least that's what Jerry Jones was saying. Oh, wait. Did you see what happened against Philadelphia? The Eagles put up 41 points and didn't even play Jalen Hurts because he's in concussion protocol.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Apple shares were down 2.5% Thursday, their biggest intraday fall since November 1st. Reuters reports the iPhone maker is offering discounted smartphones in China as competition there intensifies. The company has also agreed to pay $95 million to resolve a class action lawsuit over Siri and how it allegedly obtained private communications and shared them with third parties without consent. Look out for higher beef prices. Cattle futures have climbed to a fresh record as falling temperatures and wintry conditions are set to hit the U.S. beef market that's already wrestling with tight supplies. The American cattle herd is the smallest in decades after years of drought in the plains. Supplies are also down after imports from Mexico were halted back in November after authorities detected a screwworm infection. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-481-4455. 800-481-4455. That's 800-481-4455.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army. Almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. That's 800-879-4098.
Store closing. Turn 7. Liquidators for the country's largest retailers must vacate and liquidate Philadelphia meals immediately at up to 90% off online prices. Our massive loss is your gain. Turn 7. Closing below cost liquidation. Hurry. Turn 7 liquidations.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, January 3rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Sean Serino, our associate producers. On an action-packed Friday in which our buddy Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald J. Trump, will join us live from Nashville at 8:30 this morning. Anna, good morning. It's great to have you back again. How are you?
Great. And I believe a happy birthday is in order.
What? Yes. What? Yes.
It is your birthday, right? I think I remember that from yesterday.
41 years ago.
Wow.
I graced this earth for the first time with my presence.
You know what's funny, Anna, is that him and I have been in the same studio for, I don't know.
Too many years?
For 35 minutes this morning.
Oh.
And you're the first person to wish him a happy birthday. I'm such
Happy birthday.
Oh, man.
You are a bad individual, Stocker.
I am.
But thank you, Anna. And
yeah, no problem.
for the audience, I take cash for my birthday.
Yeah.
Venmo, want to throw it out?
Venmo. I take preloaded debit cards like illegal aliens in New York. You can load up a Visa card if you want to send it my way. Or booze will work as well.
Booze.
Yeah.
Booze.
Booze. Lots of booze.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Enough of that.
Yes. We got a lot of people to put on the griddle this morning. I need to skewer the CEO of Allstate. I mean, I'm not going to go like all Luigi Mangione on a CEO.
Oh, man, why did you go there?
But, verbally, I got to give a little, a little
lashing.
A little tongue lashing this morning. We'll get to that. Also, Anna, I know you have some thoughts on Liz Cheney and Joe Biden.
Oh, I got so many thoughts, yeah.
J6, we'll talk about that. Also, this mystery fog that is rolling across the United States of America.
Mystery fog.
Where some are saying it smells and it tastes bad. What is it? I don't know. We'll kick it around this morning. Cut sheet will be great. Sean Farish. I'm sure Sean's got some thoughts. Yeah, Sean's probably going to, when Sean's in Trump mode, he's probably going to say that Chris Christie was in a hot air balloon.
Oh, yeah.
And he let out all his gas across the United States. Probably what he'll say.
Yeah.
But we'll find out for sure coming up at 8:30. And also a big take as we have more revelations from New Orleans and Las Vegas.
Are we just supposed to move? So now we move from the fog to, what happened to the drones?
Well, we go from drones to the terror attacks to the mystery fog, and then something new will transpire. We'll do January 6th on Monday, and then something else will start floating around.
Yeah.
The attention span of the internet is what, 24, 36 hours,
Maybe.
and then we need something fresh, something new.
Yeah.
Right.
Give me that shot. Give me that shot right in that vein.
Yes. And 24 to 36 hours might be generous. It's more like 24 to 36 minutes before we move on to the next thing, right?
Sure.
Right.
So we'll get to all of that this morning. But let's start off with the news. Round number 1 at 6:04, live from Tampa, Florida. Anna Hummel.
Let's do it. Today is Friday, January 3rd, 2025, and it is 31 degrees in Philadelphia. In the news this morning, victim killed in New Orleans attack ID'd as Philadelphia college graduate with ties to New Jersey. A 2022 graduate of Philadelphia's Chestnut Hill College was among the 14 victims killed in the New Year's truck attack on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Quote, "We are devastated by the news of the passing of our alumnus, Billy DeMeo, 22, class of 22, unquote," the college said in a statement on Thursday, calling one of its own a leader in the community who shined in the classroom and on the lacrosse team, serving as the 2022 captain.
Yeah, I saw. We actually, Anna, we got an email yesterday from the top of the company that this was actually an Odyssey employee here for the radio station, or not this station, but this radio company. So,
oh my God,
yeah, this I have no idea who this individual is, but obviously thoughts and prayers, the whole bit. But
young man, certainly a tragedy.
Yeah.
Man 26 gunned down in broad daylight shooting in Philadelphia. Investigators in Philadelphia are searching for a gunman accused of shooting a 26-year-old man to death on Thursday morning. Officers from Philadelphia Police Department were called to the 800 block of Wackling Street around 10 a.m. for reports of a shooting. Police found the victim suffering from multiple gun wounds and took him to the hospital, where he died shortly after his arrival. Investigators have not provided a description of the suspected shooter, and no arrests have been made in connection to the homicide. Anyone with information about the brazen broad daylight shooting is asked to contact the Philadelphia Police Department.
How about
Please
that?
and thank you.
You get whacked on Wackling Street, if that's how you say it. I don't even know where
broad
Wackling
daylight.
Street would be, but oh my God.
Yes. And in lighter news, Eagle fans named the most aggressive and rowdiest by other NFL fans.
Yeah.
We're still doing this.
Yeah.
Are we still doing this?
Yeah.
Yes.
They can't get enough of just essing on Philadelphia.
I know. A lot of J6ers in the Eagle fan base.
I believe it.
A lot of insurrectionist type behavior, especially when the Cowboys come into town, to be honest.
Yeah, that's on brand. I didn't know you guys had an iconic chant, quote, "No one likes us, we don't care,"
That's
unquote.
True.
It's like
Is
a
that
badge
what you
of
guys
honor.
sing in the streets of Philly?
Yeah, John Fetterman even has said a few things like that.
The Eagles!
The Eagles.
A recent survey named Philadelphia Eagles supporters as, quote, the most aggressive NFL fan base. From rowdy stadiums to fierce rivalries, these fan bases have built reputations for bringing unmatched energy and maybe a little intimidation to the game. The title was bestowed by other NFL fans who said Eagles fans are hands down the rowdiest, with a solid lead over the number 2 spot.
Yep.
Top 5 were the Philadelphia Eagles, which received 26.6% of the votes. Las Vegas Raiders, 13.9%. Dallas Cowboys fans, 9.7%. Pittsburgh Steelers, 6.5%. And Kansas City Chiefs fans, 6.2%. There was also the voted most well-behaved fan base in the NFL. Would you like to take a guess at which team that might be?
Well, who's got the worst fan base, a.k.a. no fan? I'll say the Los Angeles Chargers.
Greg?
The Atlanta Falcons. I don't know.
It was the Jacksonville Jaguars. Which did not receive a single vote. So apparently they're not really rowdy because maybe they don't care.
Well, I figure you bring this up because this is a way, Anna, to trash Philadelphia and to
I would never.
And to bring up your lovely state of Florida.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really not trying to push any Florida teams, as you well know. I don't do this. I don't do the sports.
No, she's out
too
on
much.
sports.
But I do the weather.
Yeah.
Does anybody does anybody care in Florida about the Bucks or the Jags?
Deeply.
Really?
Yeah, I'm in the minority. Okay. I'm extremely aggressively apathetic. Like, don't bring it up around me. I don't care. Yeah. I don't want to hear about the game. I only look up game schedule because of traffic reasons. That is the only. I just avoid Tampa on every other Sunday or whenever it is.
Yeah.
So,
well, you know why we are so hostile here. It's the Miller Lite muscles, right? You start pre-gaming for a 1 o'clock kickoff at 8:15. You got guys drinking Miller Lights, and they've got 16 cans in their system by kickoff. That'll change your attitude.
I'm very perplexed and intrigued by NFL fan bases. I was very confused. I learned somewhat recently, maybe in the last 5 years, about the Bills, the Buffalo Bills, and the table phenomenon.
They jump through flaming
I didn't really
tables.
understand how that became a thing, why that's a thing.
The Bills Mafia, yeah.
Bills Mafia, yeah.
See, you have to be from a cold weather state
to
like football.
I agree.
People in Los Angeles and San Diego and Florida, no offense, just there's no reason to go to an NFL game on a Sunday.
Too much to do.
Or sit inside and watch. it was built for cold weather states because there's nothing to do on Sundays.
Yes.
That's a great hypothesis.
When it's 15
I think you're right.
outside.
Yep.
Yes.
Because when I lived in Detroit, it was the same thing.
Yes.
Like people lived for sports because they had nothing else to look forward to.
You can't go out on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Sucks.
In the fall and winter because it's too cold.
If I lived in San Diego, I'd be I'd be surfing. I'd be doing something. I wouldn't be sitting inside watching television.
It really is the best.
Yeah.
I mean, Florida's awesome, but in the summer it gets a little rough. It gets a little sticky with the humidity. But San Diego is just. It is pristine.
Yeah.
It is. Today's weather in Philadelphia, increasing clouds and breezy, coating to an inch of snow late this afternoon, high of 41.
Great.
And tonight, evening snow up to an inch, clouds breaking, breezy, storm, total snowfall 1 to 3 inches, and a low of 28.
They're tracking a storm, too, Kayal, on Sunday night into Monday. So.
Work from home, remote show Monday.
No, stop. What's wrong with you?
In memory of J6.
No,
we'll go remote.
No, we'll be here. How dare you?
All right.
Work from home.
I've got all the equipment. You just give me you just flip the bat signal, boss, and I'll be at the kitchen table at 6:00.
That's unbelievable.
Have you guys ever done that? Has the weather ever been so bad that you just stayed home? Okay.
Yeah, I've never done a show locally from home, but I did one on satellite years ago. I got to tell you, I thought that was the best thing in the world at first. I was doing my show from a basement, and then after like 2 weeks, I'm like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Like, I actually want to get on the Schuylkill and just sit in traffic.
Yeah, there's nothing really quite like being in the studio.
Exactly.
But it is just wildly convenient doing it from your home.
It is.
Yeah.
You can just wake up and go into another room and flip on a switch.
Get half ready from the waist up, and you're good to go.
There you go.
Wait a minute. I have to be on camera this morning? Really? Okay.
Oh, no
All right.
YouTube today. No YouTube.
Yeah. When I tell guest hosts that we have YouTube and they have to be on camera, they're like, "Really? I have to get ready? This is radio." I'm like, "No, it's YouTube too." So.
I gotta have that visual
this is
component.
Radio, people. Get on, get your best face on. Let's go.
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right. Thank you very much. Anna Hummel with the news. Round number 1 here on a Friday morning. 6:12. Let's wrap up this short 2-day work week with a big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, America's terror, failure. The United States looks like an absolute, utter joke since July of 2024, whether it's the Secret Service and their failure to protect Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th, or the near close call he had in September on his Florida golf course. We are being laughed at globally. And now to kick off 2025, the FBI continues to show its incompetence after a pair of terror attacks in New Orleans and Las Vegas. New revelations yesterday in the aftermath of the Bourbon Street ISIS-inspired attack, as well as new details in the Vegas Tesla explosion at Trump's hotel, show just how vulnerable America really is. And the blame should be placed solely on the Biden administration, their hiring practices, their weaponized agenda on prioritizing the wrong things, and the in-over-their-head personnel heading up these agencies. And how about the eerie similarities between the Vegas bomber and the New Orleans terrorist? Both military vets, both from the Fort Bragg base, both using electric vehicles as their weapon of choice, both vehicles rented from the Turo app, and both on the same day, hours apart. But they're not linked. What are the odds of that? 500 million to 1, perhaps? And when it pertains to the Cybertruck bomber, we found out that the suspect is a Green Beret military explosive expert, yet when you look at the trunk of the Tesla, it's fair to say that this was very entry-level, borderline amateurish work by the now deceased killer. We also learned that he had a gunshot wound to his head. Did he commit suicide before the detonation? According to Fox News reporter Jackie Heinrich, 2 sources on the FBI call with House and Senate members tell Fox that the FBI had zero intel on Jabbar before the New Orleans attack. Officials told members that the FBI believes the suspect was inspired by ISIS, but have no evidence yet that he was directed by ISIS. I don't believe the FBI for a second, and I'm guessing neither do you. FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Raya saying this yesterday. Listen and watch this.
At this point, there is no definitive link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas. And again, I'll preface everything with what I started with in the beginning, which was this is very early in an investigation like this.
Another Christopher from the FBI. A ton of random coincidence. Yeah, much like Christopher Wray, I don't trust a word that his deputy just said. It is time for Kash Patel. And that time needs to be right now. Not January 20th, not January 21st, right now. We need Trump's nomination for director of the FBI, and we need him quick, fast, and in a hurry. And perhaps we can cut out the woke nonsense in our federal law enforcement agencies. Phil, please throw up case 7. This is a graphic that you'll see on YouTube where you'll see the New Orleans FBI field office tweeting out pictures from their official X feed of their agents in October wearing Taylor Swift bracelets. Looks like something my daughter's bedroom created with their bracelet making kit. This is the FBI. This is why we need Kash Patel. This is why we need to root out all of this absurdity and get back to kicking ass and taking names. Here was Fox News' Andy McCarthy explaining why the FBI is always so hesitant to label something terrorism. Listen and watch this.
Look, this has been going on, sadly, for decades now. Basically, they've drawn this line in order to keep ideology in a black box. So unless they instantly come up with information that ties somebody operationally to a known notorious terrorist organization, they take the position that it's not terrorism. And the reason for that is they don't want to be perceived as drawing a link between Islamic doctrine and violence. So I think they go out of their way to try to resist that conclusion, even though in this case you can see it was a common sense conclusion.
McCarthy would go on to write a column for the National Review saying, quote, "It's not bad enough that we are forced to begin 2025 by grappling with a horrific terrorist mass murder attack on revelers in New Orleans. We are also being tormented by the FBI's habitual woke incoherence regarding the atrocity," end quote. And why are these incidents slipping through the cracks? How do we have no intel on these individuals? Nicole Parker is a former FBI agent, and she says the focus on Donald Trump with the FBI needs to stop. Listen and watch.
There is a very complex situation on the FBI's hands right now, and I know that it better be all hands on deck and focused on this. I think for far too long, the FBI has kind of lost focus on real threats facing America. They've been so obsessed with, quote unquote, domestic terrorism and January 6th violence and going after President Trump. And now we're kind of seeing the impact of that because there is serious terrorist activity going on within our nation. When we mention what happened in New Orleans versus what happened in Las Vegas, I understand that there is no clear link at this time. But again, as an agent, just my gut instinct says too many coincidences here. Two, like you said, Army veterans, they both rented through the Turo app. They both used electrical vehicles. They both used trucks. They were on the same day. They wreaked havoc. I do want to see further investigation and see if there are any links. But I think what many Americans are confused by is that the FBI ASAC gets out there yesterday morning, and I was on air with you shortly after the press conference, and she said there's no terrorism here with such definitive statement. That's pretty bold when actually it was 100% terrorism. So on the flip side, they said, she said they did not act solely, they were not solely responsible for this activity. Then today they're saying, well, we think that they really were acting independently. So I think the American people are very confused, and it does take time. I understand that there's a very large amount of information that they're sifting through, and it takes time to conduct investigations. But right now it is time for the FBI to be clear and to be transparent and to be direct and honest with the American people. Unfortunately, their trust has been betrayed by the FBI, and it's time for them to regain that trust and confidence. And right now, we just need some clear message.
Seems like an obvious, deliberate, intentional miscalculation of resources. So what is the solution? Gut the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And I get it, easier said than done. But rip out every single ounce of the rot in that agency. And the man to do it is Kash Patel. Don't take it from me. Take it from some of Trump's allies who said the following, quote, "The FBI has a no-fail mission. There is no room for error. When they fail, Americans die. It is a necessity that Kash Patel gets confirmed as soon as possible. Here's Kash Patel's game plan on day one. Listen and watch.
Then we need to decrease what I call government creep with personnel. The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking big, and the biggest problem the FBI has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it. I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I'd take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops. You're cops. Go be cops. Go chase down murderers and rapists and drug dealers and violent offenders. What do you need 7,000 people there for? Same thing with DOJ. What are all these people doing here? Looking for their next government promotion, looking for their next fancy government title, looking for their parachute out of government. So while you're bringing in the right people, you also have to shrink government.
So a massive government reform.
Yeah. And you got to work with Congress to eliminate the billets. This is one of the things we did when I was deputy DNI. We got to DNI and I was like, okay, what do all these people do? We've got the CIA, so why do I have analysts doing the CIA's job here? Why do I have a floor of them? Like, give me a good answer. I don't know everything. I don't know a lot. But if you can give me an answer that satisfies their existence, I'm all in. Well, we just have our own people. Okay, well, now we don't. And we went to Congress and zeroed out a bunch of billets, and they hated us for it.
Now, who in their right mind that wants what is best for America and its citizens would be opposed to what Kash Patel just said? The answer? Swamp creatures set to lose out on money, useless titles, red tape, and bureaucracy as they muddy everything up. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Get out. Michael Waltz from Florida is the Trump incoming national security advisor. He said this about the incoming cabinet and how imperative it is for America's safety on day one. Listen and watch this.
This is why getting President Trump's cabinet in is so important. We need Governor Noam at DHS. We need Kash Patel at FBI. We need Pete Hegseth at DOD. This is an across-the-government look. Marco Rubio at State, and, of course, Ratcliffe at CIA and Gabbard, Tulsi Gabbard at DNI. That has to be in place day one, guys, because this is a moment in transition of vulnerability, and President Trump is going to project because he is a leader of strength. The narrative that we project on day one will be just important, and that's having our people in place.
Our military is incredibly weak by past standards, right? We can't hit recruitment goals. Our Secret Service is unable to lay on a hot metal roof in July to protect a former president in Pennsylvania at a campaign rally. And our FBI field offices are having Swifty selfie sessions on social media. We've become a wet dream to global terrorists, cartels, and foreign adversaries, and it has to stop. I believe it'll stop in 17 days because, as sources have said close to Trump, American lives are at stake. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back. We'll get everybody's thoughts on all of the security failures in this country. How vulnerable are we? And also, wait until you hear what the CEO of Allstate had to say as they finally got the football game in New Orleans underway yesterday, a day late after the terrorist attack on Bourbon Street. One of the most tone-deaf statements you will ever hear. And maybe it's not a surprise at all. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Anna, and Greg back after this on a Friday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Saturday night. 9 o'clock. The radio's the only light.
628 Kayal and Company as we continue live here on this Friday, January 3rd. Kayal, Anna Hummel, Anna
Hello.
in for Dawn Stensland. You know, you gave the weather this morning, Anna, and you were like, yeah, it's 31 in Philadelphia. Well, what's the temperature in Tampa Bay, Florida right now?
It is currently 45 degrees, but that's the low, so we'll get a high of 65, which is going to be quite nice throughout the
45.
day.
Cold front, huh?
Yeah, that's a cold front for us. Anything below 70. People here freak out, though.
Yeah.
We could have hurricanes coming, and people are just like, whatever, dude. And then as soon as it drops below 70, everyone loses their minds.
Yes, indeed. You tried to escape that, and it's all of a sudden creeping back in.
Only for like 2 weeks.
Is it? I heard, might not take this as coming from a 10-year-old. My daughter said to me last night that it might snow in Florida in the next couple of days. That can't be true, is it?
I heard that. I don't know if around me, I think it's snowed in some of the northern parts of Florida at times.
Okay.
The coldest point of the year for like an hour at night.
Okay.
But nothing serious.
All right, very good. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So, Anna, when you look at everything that's gone on in this country since the summer, whether it's the Secret Service, whether it's the CIA, whether it's the military, whether it's the FBI, how much of a joke do you think we've become when other nations look at all the issues that we are facing? And do you think any of this is actually a quick fix? Because I know everybody, myself included, loves Kash Patel, thinks this guy's going to take over on day one and, just carve out the cancer right away, and we're going to live a happy, safe life after that. Probably easier said than done, though.
Yeah, certainly. You got to think the forces these guys are trying to fight. It's not as simple as just removing some people from office. I do feel like that. Not to get all conspiracy Jones on you, but there are some, forces, serious forces, shrouded in secrecy that we don't know about that have a lot of power in this country and around the world. And they're not going to be really happy about what's happening. So it may not be like overt violence. It may be intimidation. Who knows what's going to happen? But we certainly need an overhaul because you're right. It is a joke. And I've been wondering recently, especially with the first assassination attempt on Trump, if this is a feature or a bug. Are we incompetent, or are there some more sinister actors at play where they're trying to make some things happen and let it come across as negligence or incompetence.
Oh, yeah. No, I said after, I think, a handful of days back in July, I thought it was an inside job. You sit here and you look at the FBI. I've got the field offices with alleged DEI hires apparently showing up to do press conferences with a nose ring in, and then they come back with a second press conference, and apparently the nose ring was taken out. I've got people taking Taylor Swift buddy band bracelet selfies.
Can you put that up again? Phil, are you able to put that up again for those people that tune in late? Like, I chuckled out loud with this.
I mean, look at this. My daughters wear bracelets like that. They make them for me.
I don't want, look, I'm all for inclusion. I don't care. You know what I mean? You be you do you, whatever you want. But I want my military kicking ass and taking names.
I agree.
I want them not knowing who the hell Taylor Swift is or caring who Taylor Swift is.
Yes.
I want them, trained for combat, knowing how to, detonate a bomb with a butter knife. That's what I want. I don't care if, about their pride and this, that, and the other. This is a joke.
I agree.
It's an absolute joke.
And if you feel that way, if you're a big Swiftie, that's fine, but maybe keep it to yourself.
Exactly.
Right, like I do. I'm a closet Swiftie.
Keep it to yourself. Don't post it online.
That photo is just, oh my God.
Dude, I'm so with you. Like, I want killers. I want alphas.
Yes.
I want the baddest dudes on the planet and the baddest chicks on the planet. Like, if I've got a Tulsi Gabbard on the staff that I know can kick ass, take names, put a gun in her hand.
Yep.
She's as comfortable as the guy named Tom next to her. But what I don't need, and I feel like maybe she's been piled on a little bit, but remember the heavier set lady in the Secret Service back when Trump almost got assassinated? She couldn't even get the damn,
which one?
She couldn't even get the gun out of her holster. But if it was,
that was super
but if it was a Boston cream donut, that thing would have would have slid out smooth as a baby's butt.
Hell yeah.
I mean, get rid of these people.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in spreading the wealth and, we got to have one. This isn't like a buffet, right? Well, I need to have a gay person. Yeah. I need to have an Asian person. I need a white dude. I need a black chick. Like, I don't care what you are, what you're into. Just come in there with the mindset of, I'm going to kick ass, take names, defend America, and protect whatever asset I'm in charge of protecting. Whether that's a former president, a current president, the vice president, the second lady, you name it, people that are reveling in the new year in New Orleans. I don't need all these donkeys running around that don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
just so infuriating. But
Yeah, it's really embarrassing because we are. I mean, we're winners and we
Yep.
don't look like it.
No.
And that sucks.
No, you're absolutely right. What also sucks is the CEO of Allstate.
Oh boy,
yeah, here we go.
Mr. Tom Wilson.
I saw your. First of all,
I was enraged.
You tweeted it last night, and then you immediately texted us. Anna now is on our group text,
Yes.
so she sees the inside.
Your rage was palpable
It
through the
was.
text message.
It was. I was just like, okay, you do you, pal. If this is
been 15 days since I had to go on a little Twitter barrage, but because I was watching the Georgia Notre Dame game last night. I watched the entire thing from start to finish.
Did you notice? Side note: did you notice less people in the stands? Because I was hearing reports that people were scared off, and because of that, thousands and almost tens of thousands didn't attend the game.
Well, it's funny you say that. I didn't see it with the raw eye on television, but Anna did send us a story that there was a lot of empty seats and unsold tickets.
Yep.
Yet the announcer on the broadcast, now maybe he's lying because he wants it to make it sound like a great broadcast and presentation, was saying, this thing is almost filled to the brim. They're up to the rafters. 74,000 people. I don't know the answer one way or the other.
Did they have the COVID cardboard cutout people? one of the guys on the show I used to work on took one from the game, and it's like a military guy, and he just took it right out of the stands, and we had it in the station.
Oh, that's
and
amazing.
they used that just because it kind of looks like a body with a camera that's zoomed out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's pretty awesome. I also heard that they didn't play the national anthem or the moment of silence on ESPN, and that was getting a lot of attention. People were really upset about that, as they should be.
Yeah, I don't understand how if you're ESPN the day after a terror attack, when they play the national anthem and they bring out the massive Old Glory flag that covers the entire field, how you're not live on the air, or if you're in a commercial break, then you need to show a little bit of a highlight or a snippet or a little video package of that. The day after 15 people lost their lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just have to do that. Again, who's running ESPN and why does he hate America? Come in, let's go here. What are we doing? So Tom Wilson is the CEO of Allstate. This is K3. And I saw this live, and I almost was like, wait a minute. Because I hadn't started drinking yet. So I'm like, wait a minute. Did I understand that? Did I really process? Am I hearing and seeing what I think this guy is trying to project onto the American public as they sat down to watch Georgia Notre Dame? Phil, this is K3, Tom Wilson, the CEO of Allstate, which, by the way, is the title sponsor of the Sugar Bowl that was delayed for a day because of the terror attacks right in their own backyard on Bourbon Street. Listen and watch this clown.
Welcome to the Allstate Sugar Bowl. Wednesday, tragedy struck the New Orleans community. Our prayers are with the victims and their families. We also need to be stronger together by overcoming an addiction to divisiveness and negativity.
What?
Join Allstate working in local communities all across America to amplify the positive, increase trust, and accept people's imperfections and differences.
Imperfections?
Together, we win.
Ugh. No, you lose, sir. You lose. If you have Allstate, go to State Farm. If you have Allstate, go to Geico. If you have Allstate, go to Progressive. Done. Boycott him. It's over. Seriously, think about this. This is a guy who, and I tweeted this last night as you guys referenced. I said, it legit sounds like he's trying to tell America to understand a terrorist's ideology. Am I not comprehending this guy correctly? I went on to say this. I'll just read this. I hate reading tweets, but just because I probably can't encapsulate it any better than what I said last night in a fit of rage.
Especially your own.
That's right. Love reading my own work, especially the big take. I understand terror quite well. It's evil. They want to eradicate our way of life. This guy is a tone-deaf idiot. This is not a two-way street. These CEOs are so out of touch with reality. Fire all of them. Divisiveness and negativity. Like what? Slaughtering innocent Americans? Whoever wrote the copy for that ad that he just read needs to be fired as well. And I wrapped by saying this, Anna. I'm not interested in an equitable approach to the distribution of feelings. I want all these radicalized jihadists exterminated from the face of the earth. He's almost really trying to make this yes, we understand people lost their lives, but let's understand the other perspective as well. Is this guy serious?
I honestly had to watch it a couple times because I felt like he was speaking in code. I was like, what are you trying to tell me? Was he trying to say, like, let's not have a retaliation against the Muslim community? Like, I didn't understand exactly what he was saying. If he was excusing the behavior or trying to understand it, I don't know. It was really confusing to me.
It was beyond confusing, and I just don't understand how that gets through the vetting process. And even that guy doesn't say, you know what, this might come off bad. Why don't we take out this sentence, right?
Right.
And here's the thing: there's no Buddhists doing this. There's no Catholics doing this. This is one religion. I hate to say this, but it's true.
Yes.
It's one religion that does this.
Yes.
That radicalizes these jihadists to do crazy crap like this.
Yes.
So stop with we need to stop with the divisiveness. There's one group that's trying to be divisive.
Right.
The end.
Yeah. And they've been trying to do it for 24 years now.
I don't understand. They've been trying to do it for hundreds of years.
Yeah, well, yes. I'm just thinking
Well,
post
I mean, the
9/11.
global agenda is somewhat probably in the last maybe 30 to 40. I think, something like that.
We can't sit here and pretend that all religions are equal. And this is coming from a guy who's not religious. I have no dog in the fight.
Yep.
No dog in the fight.
Right.
But I'm telling you that all religions are not equal. They're not.
Yeah.
You're right.
And there's one that preaches hate.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, and I hate to say that, but it's the absolute truth.
Yes. And this, to me, is the epitome of what the Intifada looks like. You go back to October 7th, 2023, when these savages, these barbaric animals, killed over 1,000 innocent Jews at a music festival.
Yeah.
And all the fallout. We had all these Gen Z whippersnappers on college campuses. I'm talking the 22 to 25 and under crowd. And they're chanting from the river to the sea, free Gaza, free Palestine.
If you ask them what river and what sea, they don't know.
They don't know anything. They claim
I love
to
the
be,
man on the street.
Yeah.
What river, what sea? Leave me alone.
They claim to be woke. They couldn't be more asleep, right? And then I've got LGBTQ activists with signs up saying gays for Gaza. And I said this
Queers
many
for
times.
Palestine.
Queers for Palestine.
I almost bought a shirt for my buddy.
Oh, who wants to let him in on the joke and the little secret? If you go there, they will lay you over a tree stump and cut your head off with a knife.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
morons.
Yep.
And this is what you're advocating for. And now it happened on our soil in New Orleans. We saw what happened in Las Vegas. And you can take it to the bank. There's more sleeper cells in this country right now.
Of course.
With these pigs that are plotting ways to kill Americans by any means necessary, because in their warped ideology and their religious beliefs, they believe they're fighting a holy war against Christians.
Yeah.
And against
not just against Christian, anybody who's not Muslim,
Yes,
right?
100%.
I mean,
Correct.
Here's the thing. I know Greg doesn't have a dog in this fight. I kind of do, but I try to come from the perspective of not. So, I'm Jewish. I was actually born in Israel. Long story. I'm not really Israeli, but I kind of am. My dad is from South Africa. My mom's American. Both Jews, immigrated to Israel, whatever, had me. And I've been trying to learn so much about the history and the formation of Israel. And it really is just a tiny, tiny country in the Middle East, surrounded by nations that hate it, that have been trying to eradicate it since day one.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe the formation of Israel was established maybe May 14th, 1948. And the next day, 5 of its neighbors took it to war. So it's really sad, and it seems to be getting worse. And if you kind of dig a little bit deeper, you do have the main culprit, and I've talked to a lot of Israelis who feel the same way, that it's Iran, who's trying to establish its influence in the region. And the only way to do that, to keep it alive, especially since relations were becoming normalized between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Thankful to because of Trump and Jared Kushner, right?
Yep.
The Abrahamic Accords. Yeah. So things are getting worse, and Iran is trying to establish its influence, and the only way that it can really do that is through its proxies, albeit Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis in Yemen.
Yeah.
So,
and we just saw in New York City, right? I mean, hours after the terrorist attack in the early hours of New Year's morning in New Orleans, in New York City, there's right away, here we go, pro-Palestine protests are marching through the streets. And again, I can't be a hypocrite because I'm a free speech absolutist. I believe in the First Amendment. I believe in your right to protest peacefully, say what you want, so forth and so on. but you sit there and you watch that, and there's pure hatred and vitriol in those marches, right? This isn't marching for climate change. This is marching for, we only believe in one way of life, and we want to eradicate anybody that doesn't adhere to the belief system that we have in place.
Well, you can't take out this attack that happened in New Orleans as anything other than a terrorist attack over a religious ideology. And I'm not saying that the majority of Muslims feel this way. I'm just saying that it just happens that there's a lot of them. You know, whenever there's whenever there's incidents like this, it's like, well, he was a radicalized Muslim. Well, he was. You have to just follow the facts as they are, and these are the facts that when stuff like this happens, it's 99% of the time.
Yeah,
it's not white supremacists.
Oh, but Joe told us that white supremacy is the biggest domestic threat in this country.
Actually, Mayorkas told us that. Phil, can you pull up cut 10? This is Mayorkas, the DHS secretary from 2022, where he says, talking about terrorism and what's the greatest threat to our homeland, this, that, and the other. And what do you think it is? It's the evil white people. Roland.
And what we in the Department of Homeland Security have assessed is that the greatest terrorism-related threat that we face in the homeland is the threat of domestic violent extremism.
Yes.
Individuals drawn to violence because of ideologies of hate or false narratives propagated on social media and other online platforms. And the most prominent threat is the threat of white supremacists.
There we go.
It's the white man. Blame it on the Nick Kayals and the Greg Stockers of the world. They're plotting evil against anybody that doesn't see it the way they do.
He also went on this. This was yesterday. He made the rounds yesterday. BSing his way across cable news.
Yeah.
I know you despise this.
Oh, the sight of him, the sound of him.
This is cut 9, Phil, talking about the nature of the threat. He was on with Fox News. Alejandro Mayorkas, roll it.
Just a moment ago, President Biden was speaking, Mr. Secretary. He said ISIS will find no safe harbor here. I just want to put up some numbers on the screen. These are numbers our audience are familiar with. We look at them every day because they do change. And this is the number of encounters, encounters of those coming over the border that are on the terror watch list. 16 since October alone. In all of 2024, 155 coming over the border into the United States. You look at the number in the year 2021, 703 encounters of those coming over the border on the terror watch list. How can we be sure that ISIS won't find a safe harbor here?
Oh, it is our highest responsibility to ensure the safety and security of the American people. And in the service of that responsibility, we screen and vet individuals, and individuals who pose a threat to public safety or national security are prioritized for immigration detention and removal from the United States. And looking at the matter before us, the tragedy in New Orleans yesterday, we are dealing with a United States citizen born in the state of Texas who was radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology. But let me be clear, whatever the nature of the threat, those who pose a threat to the American people are our highest priority for law enforcement action, as our laws provide, and we enforce and execute those laws every single day. And so many...
Good God Almighty.
Then how do they keep slipping through the cracks?
Yeah, how do they keep slipping through, right? If 703, 155, 16, and those are just the ones that are coming from other countries to our country. The only thing that he said was remotely accurate was the fact that the New Orleans guy is a United States citizen, homegrown, right?
Yeah.
And that's and I think that over the last 20 plus years since 9/11, that's the scary thing that we are fighting here is it's not your traditional war of, okay, we know the bad guy and the bad guy's coming and he's got a tank, he's got a plane. Now you've got people that you have no idea, apparently even family members of this last guy They had no idea that this guy was radicalized. They had and you take that for what it's worth, and you just don't know what's going to set somebody off. I saw a clip yesterday. James Carville's back again. He's saying that it's because a lot of these people that convert to Islam and these radicalized attacks on America is because they're sexual deviants. You just have no idea what's going on in any of these people's brains, and that's the battle you're fighting. So the least you could do, right, is close off your border, keep the outside nut jobs on the outside, and then weed out the ones internally here domestically, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny, like, you know how when you're talking about something and then on your phone, all of a sudden, maybe like a few minutes later, you get an advertisement for it and you're like, they are listening to us.
Of course they are.
Not that I'm a fan of that happening, but if it is happening, you'd think that if a guy is Googling like how to make a bomb with chemical weapons and talking to his friends and saying things in Arabic and that doesn't get tracked, that doesn't get tagged, and they investigate that guy. Again, I'm not a favor of infringing on privacy, but if you are, could you at least take care of business?
Also, like these ties that this guy, the guy in Vegas, the guy and Crooks all have to Fort Bragg. Like, what's going on there? Well, it's been renamed, right? Because Fort Bragg was that was too that wasn't inclusive enough, so we had to rename it.
Right.
What's going on there that we don't know? I mean, there's not that many soldiers there, so something is happening, and the idea that these guys don't know each other, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's all too coincidental for me.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
This is just, and, if this is coming, because I think one of the, according to reports, the Vegas bomber was a big fan of Donald Trump, ardent supporter, voted for him.
Rambo-style patriot.
Yeah. Like all this,
That's how he was described.
Yeah, all these labels that people adopt or have applied to them. Again, to me, this goes to show you that it doesn't even really fall on a party line. It's not Republican, Democrat. It's sick versus those who are sane, right? Because we had Luigi Mangione. He was a left-wing nut job. Now you have guys that are right-wing nut jobs, and they're all insane because they go from saying something to actually acting upon it.
I just, if this guy was such a marksman and such a skilled soldier and this, that, and the other, Rambo, like as his uncle or whatever described him, he made this, like, he put fireworks in his...
Right.
He couldn't rig a bomb.
Right. And gas drums.
You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't, I don't know. And he's burned beyond recognition.
Mm-hmm.
But he shot himself in the head before?
Right.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Which is also, I threw that was in there in the big take, which has now opened up all the worms and the theories of, well, was the body placed in the vehicle? Did the vehicle drive itself? What's going on here? I have no idea.
Our buddy Road Warrior, who had some experience doing the forensic stuff, said that, they should be able to identify this guy with his dental records. And anybody who says, well, he was burned beyond recognition, so there's no, dental records, your teeth are really hard to,
Yeah, they're really resilient, which I learned this morning.
Yeah. Until you get a cavity, and then you go to the doctor, and you got to pay all this money.
My teeth are made out of cheese. I had 5 cavities the other day.
But we should know the truth here, and I just don't know if they're willing to tell us everything.
They never are.
I'm totally at the point where anytime the FBI opens their mouth, I just assume they're lying to us.
Yeah.
I have zero trust and respect right now for the FBI, which sucks because I'm very pro law enforcement. But man, if there isn't a difference between our local heroes that are out there, on the streets for police precincts versus the scum in the FBI, there's not more of a stark contrast from the federal agencies at the top down to the local people that do a really good job based on what they have given to them. It's just amazing. 855-839-1210, the phone number. If you would like to jump in, you can get in on social media as well at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, your comments in the YouTube chat.
By the way, apropos of nothing, I just wanted to let you know, Nick, for a program, we're going to do a Kayal and Company flag handoff.
Oh, third one.
On Monday.
Okay.
Sergeant Mark Fu.
Yes.
Will be getting the flag. I have to let Newman Price, I think he's on the YouTube chat. If you can bring it in Monday.
That's right.
In the 9 o'clock hour.
Wash it, sanitize it.
That would be great. So,
Yes.
Anna, we don't have any marketing capability here because, we're we don't have that kind of money. Other stations do, but we don't.
Right.
Shocking, I know.
They hate us on that.
So we got a flag, a Kayal and Company flag printed up.
Okay.
And
as long as it's not an ISIS flag, I'm down.
It's not. It's not.
Okay,
No, no.
cool,
No acts
cool.
of terror.
And
All right, that's sweet.
we're allowing listeners to take the flag for a week as long as they're willing to put it on the back of their truck or their house or something like that.
Oh, that's super
Display.
cool.
So,
Okay.
so each week we're doing this. We got a little, it's been a couple weeks because of the Christmas break.
Yeah.
So Newman Price got it for a lot longer than most people do.
He got the bonus.
He got the bonus, but he gives us song parodies. So,
He does. He makes parodies for us.
We appreciate that. So we're doing if you want to display, and I know Tom in Warminster, I think it's Tom in Warminster, sent me an email. He wants it, so we'll give it to him after Sergeant Mark Fu has it.
Yeah.
If you want to display it, only if you want to display it, and we need physical evidence, we need photos that you're displaying it. Email me at greg.stalker@odyssey.com, and we'll arrange for you to wave it proudly.
Yes, fly it on your truck. Just make sure it's not an electric truck and it doesn't end up in New Orleans or Las Vegas, and we're good. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
By the way, Anna, if you'd like to fly the flag in Florida, we're big in Florida. People stream us on the app in Florida.
Perfect. I'll fly it high and proudly. So yeah, send it my way.
You got it. It'll be overnighted. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 on the way. Anna will have some news to kick off the second hour. We'll also get to our cut sheet at 7:45. Sean Farish at 8:30. And also Liz Cheney in the news. Is this an epic troll job by Joe Biden? Some would say. We'll get some thoughts from Anna on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is coming up next.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Make 2025 the year you get started on your next success with the University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC is a school for real life, helping working adults like you learn the skills you need for the career you want. Choose from more than 135 degrees and certificates in career-relevant fields and earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience. Or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start January 8th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Earn unlimited cash back up to 4% when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard for essential items such as groceries, gas, and purchases from pharmacies and home improvement stores. You'll earn 2% cash back on all other purchases, such as travel and dining. There's no limit on the amount of cash back you can earn, giving you more purchasing power for each transaction. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting the NFL playoffs, buckle up. Betting football's hard enough as it is. We're doing the research for you, so listen to Cash the Ticket with Mike Valeni and I. We'll be dropping new episodes for every single playoff game. And that's going to be storylines leading into it, so some good football stuff, but also the betting nuggets you're looking for. Sides, totals, trends, player props, throw those in there too. Pre-game and post-game, we're going to be all over the postseason. Subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Hour number 2 of Kayal and Company underway here on a Friday morning, January 3rd, 2025. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel. Anna's in for Dawn. Dawn will be back on Monday. Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Sean Serino. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, we'll head down to Nashville coming up in about an hour and a half. First Sean Farish Friday of 2025. We'll see his thoughts on everything that has transpired with the New Orleans terror attack, the Las Vegas terror attack, and also get Donald Trump's perspective for the first time this year.
You think Sean has thoughts?
Yes. Yes. I think he has thoughts in his sleep.
Yeah, I think he does too.
And then his wife wakes him up and she says, "Are you thinking about Trump in your sleep?" And he says, "No. Go back to bed." And he really was, though. 855-839-1210. We got a lot of good stuff coming up, including the cut sheet at 7:45. A lot of good gems on there. I saw Nancy Pelosi was in. By the way, can she just go away? Yeah, I mean, at what point is enough enough?
At some point, nature will take its course, won't it?
What is she, 82, 3?
Good God.
She looked like she was on a lot of pills on that video. I want to know what she was taking, and can I have some? She looked happy.
Well, it's almost the weekend, honestly.
She was chilling in the air.
Yeah, she was.
Can
She
we do
really
that real
was.
fast? Because I see the Phil has the video in the hopper. Can we-
My name's Nancy. I'm on my way to Washington to proudly represent the people of San Francisco in Congress. I'm honored to do so, to share our San Francisco values. Thank you for giving me that honor.
That's Zanny face all day. So, and I support that. So. Can't hate on Nancy.
I mean, she can't even open her eyes all the way.
No.
I know.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
going on there?
Oh.
And what exactly are San Francisco values?
Well,
I don't even think she knows. People were saying San Francisco doesn't have values. What are you talking about?
Well, we have videos coming up on the cut sheet of in Oakland. They're literally each aisle has is ensconced in glass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's so much crime.
Yeah, theft prevention, baby.
There's a GameStop that had to shut down because too many thefts.
Yep.
I mean,
CVS
those
dropping.
those are the San Francisco values. I know it's
Mhm.
I know it's Oakland, but it's kind of the same thing.
Well, those
Yeah,
are those are the other.
They're neighboring.
Those are the scoundrels across the bay.
Yeah.
Right. San Francisco looks down upon Oakland as a little boy, a little brother. I also saw one of the founding franchises of Starbucks, I think up in the Pacific Northwest, is now having to close because of crime.
Cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's a crime how
believe
much it's a crime how much Starbucks coffee costs anyway. So.
It is. And I've eradicated that from my expenditures as we've established.
Good. Their coffee is trash. I do
thank
not
you.
like
Wow,
Starbucks.
trash.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
she's
I mean, let's
100%
get
right.
like a froofy drink or something.
No,
but
no,
the
no.
black coffee.
Yeah,
is
that's what I
just-
drink. Straight black,
Really?
homie. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I like 7-Eleven coffee better.
Wow.
7-Eleven.
I'm a big fan of 7-Eleven. I don't think you guys have Wawa, but Wawa is awesome.
We have
It's my
Not
favorite
a-
restaurant. It's amazing.
She calls it a restaurant.
Yeah, 7-Eleven is a restaurant to me for sure. And was my favorite restaurant until Wawa came
Stalker,
around.
handle this.
First place.
Not only do we have a Wawa, but Wawa is a sponsor of this lovely program.
Okay.
So
Wawa
yes.
is Philadelphia.
Thank you very much.
Really,
Yeah.
I love Wawa. Yeah. And not paid to say that either.
No, you're
I
not.
Really,
No.
I really feel that way.
North Carolina just got their first Wawa within the last calendar year or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're a all right. So let's this is much better than talking about Liz Cheney or the
Okay.
news or shootings. So coffee. Are
Yeah.
you do coffee straight up every morning,
Every
like at
day,
home,
black.
Keurig?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just yep. And I don't even buy the pods because I'm not gonna say it. A Jew. I don't know if you ever saw that Kanye video, but it was hilarious.
Okay.
So I have the pods, the reusable pods, where you can just put the coffee grounds in it.
Yeah.
So I have maybe on a good day 1, on a maybe a not so good day, naughty day 3.
Okay.
But just black coffee.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I would say I maybe have an addiction with or two, but nobody else seems to have a problem with it, so I think we're all right.
All right. So we've
Right.
established that.
Yeah,
Yes,
I don't have
love
that.
coffee.
I don't have that addictive gene, but I will say this.
Yeah.
If I don't have coffee in the morning, I'm really grumpy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah, he starts yelling and
Know your load.
and gets all mad.
Who cares? Nobody
And
cares.
he has these outbursts. It's unbelievable. All right, so Anna is black coffee, Keurig at home, 7-Eleven when she can, and Starbucks sucks.
Yeah,
Did I
I
sum
don't
it
think
up?
I've been to a Starbucks in a decade, unless I'm given a gift certificate or something, and
Yeah.
I'll go there and get egg bites. But other than that, I won't
What's
touch
an
their
egg
coffee.
bite? What's
Oh,
an
You
egg
don't know
bite?
the egg bites? They're awesome.
No, they're atrocious. Stop.
Yeah,
They're
what are you talking about? You gotta just
awful.
put like hot sauce or ketchup on it, and they're really good.
Ketchup's for
Full of
kids.
protein. Oh, I love ketchup.
Ketchup's for children.
It is.
Yeah,
Ketchup
yeah.
and milk.
Let me guess. You put ranch on your chicken too?
I don't eat chicken, but
See?
I
See?
always thought putting ranch on your pizza was trash. Like I honestly,
Yeah.
I hate admitting this, 'cause not that I'm an elitist, but I thought it was low class until
Right.
I did it, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing,
Yeah, I
and
see.
I take back everything I said.
I would
But
actually send the
love-
FBI in for people looking for people with
Ranch
ranch
on
on pizza.
pizza.
Yeah.
It's really good.
All right. There you go. 7:07. We hit on all the pertinent stuff. Let's go to a break. No, I'm just kidding. 7:08. Let's get to round number 2 of the news.
Yeah.
Anna Hummel, take it away.
All right, let's do it. Today is Friday, January 3rd, 2025, and it is currently 29 degrees in Philadelphia. South Jersey community will lift ban, allow liquor sales for the first time ever. This is exciting news. This new year, one New Jersey town is a dry town no longer. Haddon Heights in Camden County is getting ready to allow liquor licenses for the first time ever after voters gave the go-ahead back in November. But there are still several steps that need to happen first, so don't pop those bottles just yet. Haddon Heights Mayor Zachary Hoke tells NBC 10 that he is confident that sometime in 2025, people should be able to buy alcohol in town.
About that.
Quote, "This is the year that Haddon Heights will no longer be dry," unquote, said the mayor. So this is very exciting for those that live in that town.
Yes.
And get some alcohol.
I know in Pennsylvania there was a stretch on it, and I'm sure you can relate to this, and we all can that have worked in radio. We're like, I'm going to do something else for a living, and I had a dream one day that I was going to open up a beer distributorship. And I came into some money. My mom passed away. We got her house burnt down after she passed away.
Anna, you don't. The tragedy that is Kayal's life, honestly, is we joke about it because it's so sad.
I'll be dead in about 19 years.
So you would inherit this asset.
And I was thinking about opening up a beer distributorship because I wanted to go into business.
In Mom's name.
In Mom's name. Thank you, Mommy. Daddy's
How?
gonna. your little boy's gonna sell cases of Bud.
When did the fire happen? Like how soon after her?
This
passing?
was like 3-4 months after, because she lived
What was
like
the cause?
It was the house next to it caught fire. They had like a candle, and then the fire jumped over and it torched it. And I was like, yes. How much did we get here?
No.
All right, cool.
Oh my God.
So I looked into getting a beer distributorship, and the point of this story is, liquor licenses are unbelievably expensive and valuable, and each state only allocates so many per county, and what a mess it is.
And it's the whole organization too is run like the mafia. It's like, you want a liquor license? Huh? Yeah, okay. We'll see.
Yep.
Give me a little kickback, and maybe.
So Haddon
I
Heights,
had no
New Jersey.
idea that was that difficult to acquire.
Yeah,
it is.
Two former Princeton University football stars among the New Orleans attack victims. We're starting to learn more about the victims who were killed or hurt on New Year's Day in New Orleans when a pickup truck driver crashed into a crowd of people. Two of the victims are alumni of Princeton University and were together when the attack happened. Louisiana alma mater of Tiger Betch, St. Thomas More Catholic High School in Louisiana, confirmed that the 27-year-old Princeton football star is among those who were killed. Betch was an Ivy League kick returner who played for the university from 2016 to 2018. Quote, "He was a tiger in every way, a ferocious competitor with endless energy, a beloved teammate, and a caring friend. Our last conversation was about how proud I was of the growth he showed during his time at Princeton and the success he was having after graduation," unquote. Charles W. Caldwell Jr., 25, head coach of football. NBC 10 also learned that among the injured is Betch's friend, 2016 Lansdale Catholic graduate Ryan Quigley. So they were together. One survived, one did not.
It's unbelievable the number of local ties to the story.
Yeah.
Like it's just crazy.
People want to be in New Orleans and Bourbon Street for the big events.
And who's out at 3 a.m. on Bourbon Street?
Mostly younger people.
Young people. Yeah, it's sad.
On a lighter note, in sports, because I know you guys love sports, Eagles playoff tickets went on sale. Tickets for Eagles wild card round playoff game went on sale yesterday, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. Eagles officials said the tickets would be only available at Ticketmaster.com, and all tickets will be on a first-come, first-served basis. As the winners of the NFC East Division and owners of the number 2 seed in the conference, the Eagles will host the Green Bay Packers or Washington Commanders on either Saturday, January 11th or January 12th.
Yeah.
Or January 13th. What? So many dates.
I know. Could be a rematch against Green Bay from the first week when they played, where was that game? In Mexico? Punta Cana somewhere? Dominican Republic?
How does that happen? How do
the
you
hell
get
that
like
game
random
was?
games
Or
in
Brazil.
the UK?
Or Brazil.
It was Brazil.
Egypt. I don't know. That game was elsewhere.
Yeah,
Could be
Gaza,
around.
who
Yeah,
knows?
could have been played at from the Red Sea for all I know.
Who do you think
Exactly.
Who do you think would be easier for the Birds to beat?
I got to tell you, I'd rather face the Commanders again. I'm a little worried about Green Bay. I think Green Bay is the better team.
Did you see them against Minnesota this weekend? I mean,
and by saying Green Bay is the better team, Green Bay better than Washington, not Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I'd rather play the Commanders the third time.
Yeah.
In today's weather, increasing clouds and breezy, a coating to an inch of snow late this afternoon, a high of 41. And tonight, evening snow up to an inch, clouds breaking, breezy, storm total snowfall 1 to 3 inches, and a low of 28 degrees Fahrenheit. There you go, folks.
Thank you very much, Anna Hummel. News, shootings, bad stuff, sports, weather, all from Anna Hummel. All right, let's get to Liz Cheney, shall we, for a couple of minutes here. This has to be a troll job by the Biden administration.
No, it's not.
You don't think so?
No, it's
One
not,
last
dude.
FU to Trump and Republicans.
Yes. With
and-
that, yes.
Yeah, that's where I'm going
Such a
with
weird
this one.
alliance. The Democratic Party and the neocons of yesteryear.
And I know
hanging together.
Yeah.
The military-industrial complex pushes on, I suppose.
Wait, so let's try to make sense of this, right? Because this happened yesterday. Liz Cheney to get the Presidential Citizens Medal from Joe Biden. This is courtesy of media.com. President Joe Biden will formally announce recipients of the presidential Thursday at 5 p.m., which was yesterday, and one name on the list sure to raise eyebrows, that being Liz Cheney, the former Republican member of Congress and the vocal critic of President-elect Donald Trump, among 20 names in a statement released early on Thursday. The Presidential Citizens Medal is awarded to citizens of the United States of America who have performed exemplary deeds of service for their country or their fellow citizens. President Biden believes these Americans are bonded by their common decency and commitment to serving others. The country is better off because of their dedication and sacrifice. Cheney, the lifelong Republican who helped lead the House Select Committee investigation on January 6th as co-chair. She worked closely with House Democrat Benny Thompson, who served as a co-chair on the same investigation that concluded with a damning report on the lack of action by then President Trump. As a result, Cheney became a target of fierce criticism for Donald Trump. The White House statement lauds Cheney through 2 decades of public service.
We have the video here, Phil, if you want to roll it here. It's just
Elizabeth L. Cheney
Elizabeth.
for putting the American people over party.
I can see Anna right now throwing up in her mouth a little bit.
Boo. 2 thumbs down.
Joe's like, who's standing next to me?
Right, no clue. He thinks it's Jill. He's going to try to kiss her.
Where's Jackie? All right, go ahead, Joe. Give her a kiss.
Smell her hair.
Sniff
Yeah.
her. Yeah, there you have it. Video courtesy of MSNBC. I know you had some thoughts last night in our email chain, Anna, so I will give you the floor. Liz Cheney, you can wipe the floor with her if you'd like.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with Greg on this one, that it was just kind of like a thank you for being a thorn in Trump's side for the last, 4 years. But if you know anything about the Cheneys, and listen, I understand she's not her father, but she hasn't come out and condemned her father. But it seems like if you know anything about the Iraq war and why we went to war and how we didn't find weapons of mass destruction and the no-bid contract deals worth, $7 billion that were given to Halliburton, who I believe Dick Cheney was the CEO. I think he ran the company for a few years before he decided to run with George W. So I think it's pretty apparent that he made a lot of money from that interaction and may have sent our country to war so that he could make a few bucks. And for that, I think he should be charged for treason and certainly not awarded any, or his daughter awarded any medals of the citizenship, whatever, 2 thumbs up, gold stars.
Yep, I
So,
agree.
no thank you.
You know, when you go back to, I guess this would have been probably late spring, early summer, certainly down the stretch, and you saw the Cheneys, you saw the Romneys, you saw the Bushes, you saw all of these old guard GOP war hawks, these warmongers aligning themselves with Kamala Harris and the Democrat. It was such a bizarre, think about this when, in retrospect, what a bizarre election we had where the Bushes, the Cheneys, and Romneys go with the Democrat. And then you have Elon Musk, you have Tulsi Gabbard, you have Bobby Kennedy, you have all of these left of center Democrats that align with Trump. It was like a sports offseason where there were trades, right?
Even Trump was a Democrat at one point.
Well, yeah. I mean, I said this when the show started. I have only voted 3 times in my life, and it was twice for Trump and once for Obama in 2008. And I didn't become a Republican until Trump came along, in large parts because I couldn't stand the Bushes, the Cheneys. And while we were at it back in the election, I said, you know what? You can take Lindsey Graham with you. You want Lindsey? Take Lindsey.
He's trying to get us to go to war in Ukraine.
There's not a location he
wouldn't bomb.
What is
it? The uranium? What mineral is there that he's just so eager to get his hands on?
Nikki Haley. All of these people that just
neocons,
can't wait to just get into the muck and pump up Halliburton and the military-industrial complex. I despise all of them. So any of those old guard Republican warhawks, take every last one of them with you.
Yeah, it is so strange how the parties have flipped.
Right.
Remember when the Democrats used to be the party of peace?
Yep.
20 years ago, or the party of free speech, and now it's totally the right. The right is way more inclusive and welcoming and does not want to get America involved in any more of these stupid wars.
Yep.
So it is really funny because for people like me, where I can, like, in my head, I'm still like progressive in a way. But the left has moved. The Overton window has shifted so far to the left. I'm still standing in the same spot.
Right.
But now I'm like a right-wing Nazi, apparently.
A lot of liberals feel that way. A lot of liberals are like, I don't know, like my values and what I believe in hasn't changed. It's just that now all of a sudden the Democrats believe this, and I don't believe that anymore.
Right. Even Bill Maher has said
100%.
that. Elon Musk has said that. Like, dude, I've been here the whole time. You changed. Not me.
It's so funny. Growing up in the 80s, we had the religious right with the PMRC and trying to censor music and trying to censor TV shows and this, that, and the other. And it's just like, oh, you can't watch this because it's immoral and
work of the devil.
Yes. And growing up, it's like, boy, these Republicans have a stick up their butt, don't they?
Yeah.
And now it's the Democrats with oh, you can't say that. Oh,
That's
you can't.
hate speech.
There's
mean.
gender is fluid. There's no male and female.
hilarious.
It's like what the are we doing?
The one website, thecollegefix.com, had a very good article on how liberals became unfunny. It's worth a read if you want to take a look at it. And so I'm glad you said Bill Maher, because we will play clips of Bill Maher at times, Anna, on this show, from whether it's the Cut Sheet or the Big Take, whether it's his HBO show or his Club Random pod. By the way, speaking of Bill Maher, and the reason I'm bringing this up, did you see that he interviewed and he grilled Jay Leno and made, I guess, an accusation or a claim, or there's thoughts out there floating around on social that his face is messed up because he has a gambling debt?
I mean,
beat him up?
Do you guys, Nick, do you remember right before we left for break, Dawn said that.
Oh, that's right, she did.
So she must have been reading from the Inquirer. I don't know, but he said no. There's no truth to it. He's just a cheapskate who stays in the Hampton Inn.
Yeah.
He's a multi-millionaire.
It's just odd that you would fall down a hill at the Hampton Inn and look like somebody put their foot in your face. I don't know. Seems a little odd. And then I think one of his explanations was, well, if it really was a gambling debt, I've got like $50 billion
so rich, I should be
worth
able to
of
handle
cars.
it.
Yes.
But why didn't they steal one of my cars? That's what he said.
I mean, it's a good explanation, though, right?
I guess
they're not going to beat him up. They'll just say, that car over there, that's mine now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That old Rolls Royce you got sitting in that garage, what's that worth?
Yeah.
All right, your debt's half paid. Give me that Lamborghini while we're at it. We'll call it.
He's got like 40 cars. He's got. I know
he's a
quite
big
car
motorhead.
collection.
Yeah, he's a big car guy. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, Cut Sheet just over 20 minutes from now. So the drones largely off the radar. I know some people are still claiming to see them. But what about this mystery fog?
Fog.
Oh, yeah, that's floating across the country, making people feel not only ill, they say it smells, they say they can taste it. And what states is this occurring in? We'll give you the details on the other side. Nick, Anna, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
It was fabulous. It was the most joyful night I have experienced in a long time.
The Frank Sinatra guy, I really liked him.
His imitation of the Bee Gees.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:27, Kayal and Company on a Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Take us wherever you go. The free Odyssey app. For those of you that are lazy, can't get up with us at 6 o'clock, go back, use the rewind feature. Get all the good content, usually the biggest stories of the day within the first 45, 50 minutes. Also, watch us on YouTube.
By the way, thank you for plugging the Odyssey app, but if you haven't done so yet, please follow 1210 WPHT. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it means a lot to us. I mean, because I need bragging rights. You know what I mean? Like we're nipping at the heels of that low energy all news station.
Yeah.
And you know,
analytics matter.
Thank you.
Data matters.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you.
Yes.
We live in a metrics-driven world.
We do. So, I would just like to walk around and be like, hey, you know, I know you guys have been around for a long time and blah, 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 blah. Everything on the twos, whatever. But, yeah, we have more followers than you do. So, hit the follow button on the Odyssey app, please. Thank you. I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore. I am, absolutely.
Yes, he is.
By the way, how cool would it have been when we were, because assuming we're all radio nerds, how cool would it have been growing up if we would have had like a rewind function?
No.
You know what I mean? Like you could never miss your favorite show.
Oh, it'd be great. Yeah.
Sit on the school bus.
Yeah, what did we do back in the day to keep things like record? I guess it was this is television, but VCR.
I used to have like a boom box, and I used to put like one of those Maxwell tapes in there.
The blank one?
Yeah, and I just hit record when I left for school.
Would you do record Stern back in the day?
Stern, yeah.
Come home and listen to it at night?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
I would listen to Stern with my dad as an 11-year-old girl.
Yeah, that is.
I think that really honed my sense of humor.
That is good
at an
parenting.
early age.
That is great.
Yeah,
parenting.
it was just a complete disregard of parenting.
No,
it was awesome. It was great.
I'm not saying that disparagingly. I say that's great parenting.
Yeah, no, the great parenting was no parental discretion. Just remember hearing these stories about like Beetlejuice and my dad just violently laughing, and I'm just like, oh, this is what funny is, like a black little person doing crazy stuff.
So you guys grew up on Stern with radio. I used to watch the late night version on the television side
on
of
FX.
No, was it MTV? It was E.
It was
that's
E. That's
right.
what it was. It was E, yeah.
That was back in the day, like when MTV would have like Singled Out on and Pam. No, it was Jenny
Undressed.
McCarthy.
Yeah,
Undressed.
It was like softcore porn. I'm like 13. Like, what's that?
So, Anna, we always ridicule Howard Stern for becoming such a left-wing germaphobe COVID maniac. When do you personally believe he lost his testicles?
I think it was like, 2010, 2011?
Was 2010?
Yeah.
Something like that, where he just wanted to shift gears and kind of change his legacy.
Oh.
Just so funny because we can all remember him like doing blackface with,
of course,
what is it, George Jefferson or the guy who played him?
Yep.
Yeah, and now you can't say anything against this group of people, and he gets super butthurt about
it's just
the crazy
funny.
stuff.
It's just funny to me that like some people get in trouble for that and others don't. Jimmy Kimmel never got held to account for that.
My God.
Sarah Silverman never was held to account. Like, people were literally canceled for this. I mean, we literally canceled Louis C.K. for, allegedly, doing some weird, creepy stuff. Like,
which was the greatest thing to happen for me in a lot of ways, because I saw him 3 times that year for like $30.
Great.
When he was on the come up.
Absolutely.
It was awesome. Tickets were so cheap.
Great comedian. Great, and was he a creep? I don't know. Who cares? You know what I mean? Like, it's none of my business.
He didn't lock the door. He didn't Matt Lauer lock the door. These women could have left.
Yeah, you do you, buddy. Like, I don't, like, if as, whatever is two consenting adults want to do.
I know. I hate to victim shame or anything, but I'm like, okay, well, was the door locked? No. Could you have left? Yes, but you felt pressure. Okay, be an adult. Walk out the door. Get out of here.
Be an adult. Speaking of Matt Lauer, I wonder what he's up to these days.
Oh, I think he's in some hot water.
I saw the story you sent. Is it reportedly animal abuse is what I...
What?
Did I read that correctly?
So I guess he owns this like luxury cottage in New Zealand somewhere on the South Island, and he's got a lot of farmland that he leases out to some sheep herding company, and they just don't take care of their animals, so they're pinning it on him.
Okay.
Which is just funny.
What a
so he
scumbag.
can't get away from it. Yeah, he sucks.
Yeah, stay over there. Don't come back. All right, let's get to this story, which I know Sean Ferris is going to have thoughts on in about an hour when he joins us at 8:30, as there is this mystery thick fog that is sweeping the U.S., and there are reports and claims of a burning chemical smell in the air. This is courtesy of the Daily Mail, where they write, a thick fog is sweeping across the U.S., with locals in multiple states reporting how a burning chemical-like smell has blanketed their communities. Concerned Americans have flooded social media, because that's what we do nowadays, with videos of what looks like white particles raining down and swirling in the air. And some witnesses have claimed that the fog has also triggered health symptoms similar to a respiratory illness. A Florida resident, not named Anna Hummel, told DailyMail.com that they stopped at a gas station, not named 7-Eleven, for about 10 minutes and began feeling ill. Quote, within about an hour, I kept sneezing over and over for about 3 hours, and my eyes were really puffy, she said. I got very warm, and I felt like I had a fever, and my stomach was cramping. So you might be wondering, okay, what states is this occurring in? Well, there's 12 of them. It's happening in parts of Texas, Wisconsin, Iowa, Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Florida, and Minnesota. Also parts of Canada and the UK making the same claims. Now, I think immediately people started wondering, is this some sort of remnant, some sort of fallout from the drones? To my knowledge, Anna, I mean, we've had drones in Jersey, New York, PA, Delaware, Florida, California. A majority of those states that I just mentioned were not on the list of drones. So I feel relatively safe in ruling out the drones, but what do you think about this?
Okay, so I'm not trying to be the fun police when it comes to conspiracy theories, because I love conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
but
they've been accurate the last 4 years, too.
Very true, very true. But I'm like kind of case by cases kind of gal.
Yep.
Is it possible that this is just New Year's Eve fallout from fireworks? Is that a silly hypothesis?
No.
Because people were like, well, it's pretty crazy. Early morning, New Year's Day. It smells like sulfur. It's like, is that residue from fireworks?
Could very well be.
But perhaps that is a possible explanation, but I'm not sure.
People are claiming and wondering whether this is some sort of chemical weapon or if it is related to the drones that, mysteriously plague this nation, to which we still don't have all the answers, nor do I think we have been given any semblance or shred of truth with this.
Did you see them? Did you both see them?
I mentioned this weeks ago. I only noticed it one time. I was out taking my dog out to go to the bathroom around 9 o'clock before I went to bed, and I noticed what I thought was a drone high above my house. But after that, and I don't even know that it really was a drone. It could have been completely something else. I'm not super high tech with this drone obsession. I don't have my own personal drone that I like to fly around on my deck. That's why I play golf and drink and gamble, because I actually have a life. I'm not interested in little toys. So no, I didn't see any of them. Yeah, but did you see any in Florida? Because Florida was
I didn't
impacted.
see any.
In fact, Florida man shot one down or tried to shoot one down when it was a
I
Walmart
believe
delivery.
it.
That guy.
Is that your dad?
He was he was 72. He was 72 years old. There was a drone flying up over his property, so he took out a shotgun and shot it down.
Yeah.
And the police came and they were like, "Did you shoot this down?" And he goes, "Yep."
Mm-hmm.
And they're like,
I sure did.
That's a felony. You're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So what's my punishment? Am I going to jail? It's cool. He was very respectful, and they started a GoFundMe for him, which they should have, because he's if it's flying over your property, shoot it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
You also had a Texas woman, according to this story, who shared on X that her dog had been acting strange when he goes outside.
Oh, God.
Quote, she keeps smelling the air, says Sandra Jenkins,
Okay.
adding that she was experiencing a burning eye sensation, a mild cough, stomach aches, and headaches. Another woman in Kansas shared that there were massive amounts of chemtrails over the area in a week, followed by a dense fog. So I'm sure Marjorie Taylor Greene will have some thoughts on that, and she'll make a big scene on social media after she gets done doing power cleans in her garage on live camera.
Did she really film herself doing workouts and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She's a little offbeat there.
She's a little pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's a MAGA warrior, though. Okay. So I don't know what this is. I'm always inquisitive. I'm always willing to hear somebody out on things like this. I never try to sit there and say, it's COVID. It's the flu. It's something. Who knows what exactly this is? And the reason why we can speculate and even make claims is because every time we have an issue, our government lies directly to our face, right? And think about all the things that we've seen in the air, just really maybe in the last calendar year and a half to 2 years. Remember the Chinese spy balloons?
Oh, that was fun.
We have all sorts of things floating in our air, so I wouldn't rule anything out. Although I'd like to go and experience it myself, just to be able to process what these people are dealing with, because it does seem to be a very common occurrence right now. I mean, that's almost 25% of the country has been dealing with this for quite some time.
Fog action,
and also to your point, this goes back further than just New Year's Eve, so it's not just quote fireworks season. So to speak.
Well,
all right.
Here's my problem is that we move on, and Anna brought up a very relevant point, saying that our attention span is like 90 seconds and then on to something else. But the drone thing encapsulated so much of our discussion for weeks.
Yeah.
Like literally weeks.
Oh, and
it's also kind of like a local story, right?
Yeah.
But, and you nailed it, by the way. You said that drones would be the wave of future terrorist and weaponry and military attack.
Yeah.
I think I saw this correctly while we were on vacation. Wasn't there a Ukrainian drone that flew into like a Russian?
Yeah, it was like 9/11 style into the building. Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't know what. I'm like, is this real? Is this fake? It looked bizarre because I'm like, wait a minute, a drone, and the reaction that it created with the explosion was like almost airplane-esque, right? If you've seen the video that I think we all saw.
Yeah. I mean, drone warfare is definitely the future. It'd be a lot better if you didn't have to use your soldiers.
Yeah.
Your most valuable weapon. Well, maybe not your most valuable weapon, but a valuable weapon in warfare, and you don't have to expend them.
Right.
That would be great. Someone should tell the jihadists about that. So
or
they can stop.
Or Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
But my point is that we were so focused on this for so long, and then we completely just they're still up there, but you don't hear anybody nobody got to the bottom of anything. Nobody know. There was no investigations. It was just like, okay, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Where's Chris Smith? Where are all these New Jersey legislators? That was that's all they were talking about on the news, and now all of a sudden they're gone, and it's like, well, on to something else.
Yeah,
what are we talking about today?
What Jeff Van Drew was for a lost drone from an Iranian mothership.
Exactly. And it just shows I don't care who they are. I don't care what side of the aisle they're on. They just they're whores for TV, and they just want TV time. It doesn't matter what they're talking about. They're like, yes, we need an investigation of this. Yes, we need an investigation of that. My sources say, and then 6 days later they're on to something else, and we as the American people, we forget, or our attention spans are like this, and we're like,
the best way to bury a story is with another story.
It's true.
So
It's true.
That's usually how that goes.
And could this fog thing be related to that? Nobody knows, but nobody's going to investigate. So who knows?
All right, coming up next, it is a Friday edition of What is on the Cut Sheet, and then at 8:30. Donald J. Trump, a.k.a. Sean Farish. All the fun starts on the other side. Stay right there.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 28th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family-owned and operated, a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Got out of town on a boat going to Southern Islands, sailing to reach before a following sea. She was making for the trades on the outside and the downhill run to Papa Ede.
Friday morning here on Kayal and Company as we roll on. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Sean Sereno as we hang out till 10 o'clock this morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Anna Hummel in Tampa, Florida. Sean Farish in Nashville, Tennessee. We've really got the Southeast blanketed.
We do.
If you think about it.
Yep.
We've got correspondents everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we're the SEC radio show.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I like that. I'm going to run with that. See how far that goes before we get sued.
Yeah, you can't say that in a promo or anything.
No, that's right. That's right.
There's really strict rules around
lawyers
that.
and papers and fine print. All right, let's find out what Stalker has lined up as we wrap up a short work week with what's on the cut sheet, shall we?
And we're doing it at 7:47.
What's on the cut sheet?
And I don't know if you know this about us, but we don't really hit. I mean, we have benchmarks, but we don't really hit them on time. And you
informed me on that.
Going into 2024,
Yeah.
this feature has been in morning drive for a long time.
Okay.
And it's always been at 7:45. We started doing it at like 8 o'clock just because we're all so chatty and
7:53.
we can't stop talking. So this is the earliest.
Yeah, 7:48. That's
7:48.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah.
It's
about as good as it's going to get.
As a brand manager, I would say we're on time.
Yeah.
Good.
We're on time. What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? That's right, Friday. Thank you. Friday, Luya to you.
Yeah.
As Mike Opelka says.
There you go. By the way, when the hell does his radio show start?
Monday.
Okay, I was
Monday.
wondering when he was going to start working.
Yeah, Naples, Florida.
By the way,
Yeah, actually, I heard from him yesterday.
Oh, did you?
He's a good dude. Yeah,
Yes.
he's a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been cool.
He's got a relative who's in a big tennis match. I think right now, actually, Opelka's nephew, maybe.
Yeah.
Playing against
Riley.
Yeah.
Riley Opelka's like a huge tennis star.
Yeah, apparently up against is it Djokovic or Federer? I don't know, one of the elite tennis players.
He's
that
like
I watch.
he's like 6'7".
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, he's got me by about 3 inches.
By the way, Anna, Opelka texted me yesterday,
Yeah.
and he said, "You're really smart for bringing Anna on board." I said,
Oh, that's very kind of him. He's such a sweetheart. Yeah, he's been great, really supportive, and helpful throughout the radio career. So
You ought to see
kudos
what
to
you ought to
Mike.
you ought to see what he says once he gets bourbon in him.
Uh-oh.
on a golf course. Yeah, it's a sight.
Friends in radio, Anna. I don't know if you know this, but they're hard to come by.
Right.
I know. Oh, I am aware.
They're your friend 1 minute, and then all of a sudden they're like,
Yeah.
"Hey,
Oh.
remember me?" And like, no,
It's like Congress.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I completely agree with that. Where you're like, this person's the good guy and this is the bad guy, and then you're like, oh, everyone's a Neben from hell. That makes sense now.
Welcome to radio. All right, Nick. You talked yesterday about this New Orleans superintendent.
We did.
The one that you said looks like she's
82, but she was 65.
To be fair, I did go and see what she looked like, and she looks older than 65.
Well, thank you, Anna, because we have video right now of her. So the whole thing yesterday was they were talking about the barricades for where this creep drove his car and killed a bunch of people, Islamic terrorists, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say that. The yellow arches, so there's these yellow barricades that put down that they put the orange barricades up there. And why weren't they in place, right? It's a good question. There was just one cruiser there. Not exactly a deterrent.
No.
Ellie Mae Clampett was on the...
It does look like it.
This is... Granny Clampett, I think it was. I don't know. She was interviewed on MSNBC and says, I'm going to get her quote right here. She had no clue that New Orleans had sidewalk barriers to defend against terror attacks, but now she says they're being used.
Oh,
so
it's a learning lesson,
she
right,
had
folks?
no idea that these things were a thing.
Yeah.
But hey, now that a bunch of people are dead and it's not funny, let's put this up there.
Yeah, we'll figure it out moving forward.
Roll it, Phil.
What you see behind us is what we call
Gee, oh my
hardening
God.
the target.
Stop it.
Can I imply term limits? Term limits for chiefs of police or supervisors or superintendents, whatever her stupid title is, because she didn't know that they had barriers. I mean, my God. Now, Anna, that's closer to 82 than 65,
Yeah,
right? All right.
yeah.
Come on. I mean, she's...
I feel semi-exonerated for my mathematical...
Because she doesn't color her hair.
Malpractice. She's got the glasses going, though.
Yeah.
You think she has pronouns in her signature?
By the way, if you want to follow along with the fun and frivolity, we are streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button while you're there. You can see all these videos. We play them. If you're driving around, you can hear them. We describe them for you. But if you want to watch them, going over to YouTube and check
it's
it out.
worth watching for sure.
All right, play it, Phil.
What you see behind us is what we call hardening the target.
When's the last time she hardened a target?
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
Wait, was that on the air? I didn't know if that was in my ear.
No,
or
it was on the air. I just decided to make that crude.
The last time she hardened a target was right after the Korean War.
Right.
All right. Okay. Stop. Both of you.
You instigated. I just pile on.
All right.
What you see behind us is what we call hardening the target. So we have brought in heavy trucks. You will see when you go down Bourbon, you will see yellow, what we call archers, and they're along the sidewalk. And that would be to be preventive. If someone had, or if this particular terrorist went around up on the sidewalk, that's what that would do. Okay? It would slow that down for anyone who thought that they could breach our targets. And so those are some of the main differences we are done in the quarter. Also, you are going to see an incredibly large presence of police. And we are, though, confident, but we want our community to feel confident and know they are confidently safe. And that's what we're going to do. So right now, I can declare to you that the Bourbon Street is open.
Chief, where did those archers come from?
Let's play football now. Let's get back to the Sugar Bowl.
Wait, hang on a second. Can you remind us?
Sorry?
Yellow archers, where did they come from?
Actually, we have them. I didn't know about them, but we have them. And so we have been able now to put them out.
Right, okay.
Actually, we have them.
They were in the garage.
Didn't know.
They were in a
Do we have
storage
them?
facility, right? Yeah, they were collecting dust. Yeah, I mean, upon further review, we could have prevented this, perhaps. Yeah, the hardening of targets. Okay? Okay?
Yeah, and she wants the public to have full confidence in them, even though they completely dropped the ball.
Here's my question to the city of New Orleans. Honest question. Now her last name is what? Kilpatrick?
Kirkpatrick?
I forget what her name is. Yeah. Is it Ann?
I think Ann Kirkpatrick is her name.
Yeah, it's
I
not
could be
Anna,
wrong.
but it's
definitely. I don't claim that.
The question that needs to
Ann
be posed.
Kirkpatrick, yes.
Is that whatever her title is? We'll call her chief of police. Is that the best you can do, New Orleans? Right there. That's that. Forget the optics. Forget the age or the vocal delivery or whatever like that. A chief or somebody in a supervisory role that was oblivious to the fact that you had barricades that could have mitigated this, if not completely prevented it. Remember when we watched the video yesterday, Anna? That truck going down that little alleyway, that couldn't be more than 15 feet wide. So if you immediately put one of those yellow barriers in the halfway point of that alleyway, between the buildings, between the two little sidewalks with the doors that opened up where the people were coming out and then had to basically dive back in, you prevent that from happening. Or at least the truck gets semi-derailed or gets slowed down. Because
there's some sort of mitigation.
It was going
effect.
fast as hell down that alleyway.
Oh, my God, yeah. Speeding. I watched that clip of that woman barely missing it by inches so many times, and it's just so crazy.
It is.
How just a few inches would have ended her life. So
this is cut 3 here. This is the terror attack suspect. How do we say his name? Shazmood Din Jabbar.
Din Jabbar, yeah.
He intended to kill his family, but he was concerned media attention wouldn't be focused on the, quote, war between believers and disbelievers. This brings us back to the point that we were trying to make at 6:30, where it's one belief in a certain religion, warped belief, I will say that, in a certain religion that carries out this type of violence.
Yeah, right now. I mean, the Christians had their crusades and stuff like that, and there's been other times where other people have caused problems, but right now it seems to be the main focus is on this.
And you said he wanted to kill his own family.
That's according to the. This was the press conference that happened yesterday. Roll it, Phil.
The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline. At this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament.
So to provide a will, you have to go to a lawyer, right? To go to a lawyer, you have to pay the lawyer. Paperwork has to be filed. How is there no red flag there? Now, the time frame of the social media posts leaves you about 90 minutes or so. So I don't know how quickly you can get a rapid response, but it is amazing, Anna, because you mentioned in the first hour all the things that get flagged on social media.
Right.
And I was thinking about how often the feds are able to flag and track down child predators on social media. And to their credit, great work, because these pedophiles, there's a special place in hell for them. It's just amazing to me how many times that they slip through the cracks on social media with terrorism, and we have zero intel on this guy. Yet this guy, at least from my knowledge now, it seems like this guy went off the deep end at least 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. Do you think that there's a reason why he chose New Orleans? I have a theory, or at least a hypothesis about it.
Give it to us.
New Orleans is kind of like the epitome of debauchery and, deviancy, I guess, in some people's minds. So I think that is why he wanted to attack New Orleans, because I think that's what he sees as the problem with the West, or the Western ideals, is the depravity and the sexual provocativeness and all that sort of stuff. So I think that's why he chose New Orleans, although no one has said that, and I'm not sure that's why he selected that.
Funny you say that. We talk about the tie-ins and the coincidences. You could say the same thing about Las Vegas. I mean, it's called Sin City, right?
Yep.
Although this guy didn't seem to have any Islamic ties. This guy was connected with Ukraine and Green Beret, the whole bit. But yeah, New Orleans and Las Vegas, deviant towns.
Did you hear the thing about his wife wanted to leave him, break up days before?
Yeah.
I don't know if that can trigger some people into doing something crazy, but who knows?
I just searched this online. So the drive from Houston to New Orleans is 348 miles. It takes roughly 5 hours and 14 minutes. So, I mean, not to say that I'm really interested in learning more about this sick guy, but I can't imagine what that in your final, when you have these sinister intentions to carry out a plot like this, what that drive is like. And then, of course, he's posting on social media at 1:30 in the morning before doing what he does at shortly after 3.
3 hours after the ISIS flag was seen on his truck. Okay, 3 hours after the ISIS flag was seen on his truck, the FBI said it was not.
No, it was just a Kayal and Company flag.
A terror attack.
Yeah.
Remember, this happened at 6:40 a.m. on New Year's morning, 3 hours after the ISIS flag was seen on his truck. All the reports out there. The FBI, who we've nicked at his big take on this morning, said no. This is not a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
You silly conspiracy
It was
theorist.
a Raiders flag.
Roll it.
They do look kind of similar.
They do.
What it is right now is their
Here,
improvised
can
explosive
you start it again,
devices
Phil?
that
Sorry
was
about that.
found.
Can you start it again?
Okay.
This is not a terrorist event.
No.
What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices
Mm-hmm.
that was found, and we are working on confirming if it's a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again,
My ask.
stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Here's my ask. Can we take the stud out of your nostril?
Do we need our? I mean, this goes back to the Taylor Swifties that had the bracelets for the FBI New Orleans field office, where they're posting selfies on X of their little cute buddy. Remember the buddy bracelets from Saved by the Bell back in the '90s? Remember buddy bands, Friends Forever? Do we need that in our federal officials and our law enforcement who are supposed to be the best of the best? Do I need a press conference with a nose ring in? Really? Can you give me some semblance of professionalism?
Question for you, because I'm curious about what you think about this. John Fetterman's attire, his wardrobe. Do you have any issues with that, or he just kind of like wears a hoodie around D.C.?
I'd like to see him in a suit from time to time. I mean, he's kind of his own. He's kind of a free spirit.
Right. No, certainly. Yeah.
Right.
No, I appreciate his takes on it, like we discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'm like, can't you just wear
get it together.
button up?
I agree. Yeah, maybe a golf polo, a quarter zip.
Right.
I mean,
something.
something.
To be fair to Fetterman, he's like 9 feet tall and 500 pounds, so it's not exactly easy
They
to.
got the big and tall store, don't
Yeah,
they?
I was going to say, they have a
Find.
big and tall store.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess you could get it custom made.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Kayal, who are you to throw stones? You wear a hoodie every day.
That's true.
I'm not an elected official.
Yeah, you're not in Congress.
Absolutely true.
Doing morning radio at the butt crack of dawn.
New Orleans Parish DA Jason Williams, and I knew this was going to happen, and we have to remember to fight against this when this happens. And, they tried to do this after 2001, after the terror attacks in 2001. They try and do it every time there's a terror attack. He calls for European-like surveillance measures to defend against terror attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Every time this happens, an angel gets his wings. No, we lose some sort of freedom.
That's right. They tighten the noose around our liberties.
Never let a good crisis go to waste.
Amen to that.
That's right.
This is cut to Philip. Go.
Things are going to have to change just after 9/11. I remember a time when I could run from my car to the gate to catch a flight. After 9/11, we realized we need to do things very, very differently so that we can all arrive at our destination safely. I think you're going to see a lot of things change in the city of New Orleans. And actually, I think you're going to see a lot of things change in this country in terms of how we handle large-scale events where there is pedestrian access and where vehicles are allowed. I think you're going to see things change in terms of the level of surveillance that we have in this country. We've pushed back against some of that, but when you look at places like the UK and other European places where CCTV is very commonplace and used proactively so that it can look for signs or indications of an attack, I think you're going to start seeing those things in this city because I'm going to be pushing for them. And you're going to probably see them in a lot of other places that are destination cities like the city of New Orleans.
Yeah. First of all, screw the Brits and their bad dental plans. Number two, how about we just start with little things first, pal, like hiring competent leaders in positions of authority in law enforcement. How about we hire those people and then tell them where the barriers are stored so they can bring them out so people don't drive trucks down alleyways unimpeded and hit their targets. I am so against living in a surveillance state, even though I feel like we are. And, Anna, you said it earlier, right? It's amazing how all of a sudden your phone will give you an ad for something that you vocally were talking about in a conversation. We're all being listened to right now.
Yeah, absolutely, at all times. So it's strange that they can use that for advertising, but they can't use it to keep us safe. Which I'm, again, not necessarily in favor for more surveillance, but if you're doing it already, maybe you could save a few lives in the mix.
I'm all for people listening to me, but only from the hours of 6 to 10.
Yeah.
Because you get no respect from your wife and kids.
That's right. Once I get off at 10 o'clock, nobody cares what I have to say about anything.
Let's go over to the Vegas Cybertruck bomber, Matthew Livelsberger.
Yeah. Or Green Beret.
So we're talking about him. He's a Green Beret. He was at Fort Bragg. Apparently, according to his uncle, he was a Trump lover and a patriot and a Rambo-like guy. Yet he
a new father.
Yeah. Well, apparently this is so the wife of Matthew Livelsberger broke up with him last week, according to law enforcement sources.
As usual, I'm going to blame the wife.
He was found cheating, I think, was the reason.
Yeah.
She accused him of cheating and wanted to break it off. And then he started texting his ex, bragging about the Cybertruck that he rented. He's like, it's pretty badass. I'm like Batman or something like that.
Oh, he's Batman.
Yeah. Or he referenced like Halo or I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the games you boys play, but referenced something like that. Then found his way in Vegas.
You're not a gamer, Honor?
Oh,
you don't jump on the Xbox every now and then?
I played Duck Hunt back in the day.
Yeah, Duck Hunt was great.
Dates myself at all. Duck Hunt was great, and then maybe like Super Mario.
Yeah.
Mario Party, and then that's kind of when it ended.
Yeah.
So.
Easy K says, Nick, no one really cares what you have to say from 6 to 10, but you're entertaining.
Well,
that's a win.
You interpret what I say however you'd like, as long as you're listening. All I care about.
Yeah. So Tracy asked an interesting question, and we'll get to the wife here in a second because we have a firsthand account from one of the neighbors. Tracy has an interesting comment. How did he? So he shot himself and then detonated the bomb?
Like, that's what they're saying.
Well, I mean, I would just assume that if you are shooting yourself, killing yourself, that there was probably some sort of timing mechanism. I don't know. I'm just.
But they were mortars and fireworks, right? So theoretically, wouldn't you have to light them?
Well, I mean, light the fuse. I'm assuming he knows
yourself.
he's got 30 seconds. He pops one off in the skull, and then 18 seconds later.
Wasn't he burned beyond recognition?
Yes.
I don't even know how they identified a bullet wound. I don't know. I don't know how they do it, but yeah, apparently he did.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's hear from the neighbor here.
You know, he sold a Mustang not too long ago to one of his friends. And the last time I spoke to him was not too long ago. He was asking for like a tool for his car. His wife was really nice. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm just like shooken up right now because.
Do they have any kids, or was it just him and his wife?
Him and his wife, and they just had a kid.
Okay.
They just had a kid.
Do you know how recently they had a kid? Like how old?
Not too long. Yeah, very young.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Do you know how long they've lived here in Colorado Springs?
They lived here. So I have been here for 2 years now. So they've been here longer than I don't know.
Yeah.
I think his last residence was 2019 at a different address. So he might have moved in somewhere around then. These are all pretty new, so 2020 seems about right.
Yeah.
There you
go. Wow. I tell you, when you go through, I mean, I'm trying to think of the timing here. So you have a pandemic, then you have the whole wife issue, then you have a newborn. And I would want to know, because he's got a military background, any PTSD, any trauma from the time he served. Was he wounded in combat? Was he ever deployed? All the specifics, because I'm always cognizant, and we work with the Travis Manion Foundation, of what these soldiers have to deal with upon returning to civilian life. And now we've got two guys, hours apart, with military backgrounds, going off the deep end. I mean, it opens up a whole other discussion here.
Right. If they're just more susceptible to either radicalization or suicide and just mental instability in general.
Well, and especially with the New Orleans situation, where this guy, goes from, being an American soldier to, all of a sudden aligning himself with ISIS.
Didn't he get an anti-terror medal?
I thought I read that as well. Yeah.
So it's like, what happened there?
Yeah. What happened to this guy? And what went, I guess, was he always Muslim, but then became radicalized? Because not every single Muslim is certainly radicalized.
Sure,
right?
especially in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, the name suggests there might be some heritage there, but
right.
Who knows?
Right.
We played Mayorkas earlier. We're gonna play him again.
I need somebody to just dump a bucket of hand sanitizer over my body.
So this is cut 11. He says the ISIS goal is to have Americans live in fear, and we cannot allow them to succeed in that regard. I don't know if the Americans are living in fear. I just think we're fed up with the ineptness of people not to do their jobs or to, I mean, literally you can, Anna made the point about how your phone literally knows something you said a second later.
Yep.
And this guy is Googling things and there's no red flags anywhere.
Right.
Nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's just, we just feel like the wrong people are being surveilled and the people who are getting away with stuff are not. Let's do cut 11 here.
But indeed, the FBI has confirmed that was 100% an ISIS-inspired attack. So what assurances can you give us that there are not more of these terrorists on the homeland today?
So this does appear to be an individual, a U.S. citizen, radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology, specifically the ISIS ideology. This is a phenomenon of homegrown violent extremists that we have seen develop and emerge over the past 10 years. The ISIS goal is to have Americans live in fear, and we cannot allow them to succeed in that regard. Our democracy, our way of life must prevail. We will continue to enjoy and flourish in our democratic way of life and not allow an atmosphere of fear to prevail and therefore have ISIS's goal succeed. We will not allow that to occur.
Got it.
He's like a chat GPT.
Yeah, coming from the same stooge that refused to use the word crisis at our southern border. I mean, thank God that this guy was not in charge.
What was it then?
Well, it wasn't a crisis, Anna. No matter how many times they peppered him with that question from a variety of news outlets, he would not use the word crisis. So we talked about close to 1,000 people since 2021 that have gotten in here with terrorist connections, not to mention the homegrown ones. Could you imagine if this guy was, remember when it was branded the war on terror post 9/11? And I don't know, maybe that lasted 8, 9, 12 years, whatever it was. Could you imagine if this guy was in charge then? Would you feel safe as an American citizen knowing that Alejandro Mayorkas says we will continue to enjoy our way of life here in America? This guy is the epitome. His whole job is to make sure that Americans are safe and secure. And we've had like a stampede at the southern border for 4 years.
Yeah.
And he tries to give us lip service. That guy can't be gone quick enough.
I agree.
Just a side note here, and we'll get back to my Mayorkas in a second. Me texted in or tweeted in, says, tell your counsel, Kayal, an attorney isn't needed to write a will.
No?
You could write a will on a napkin, and it could be valid.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Who knew?
Who knew?
I like when people fact check this show.
I know.
All the time.
I know.
It's amazing.
We never got to wills in law school when I was there for 89 days.
89 days.
Yeah.
89 days.
Really? You were there for 89 days and then,
I quit.
dropped out?
Yeah.
That's
so,
okay.
I
I'm a grad school dropout. It
Are
is
you
what it
really?
is.
All right.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Never finished. Yeah, thank you. No one's ever said that to me before, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's the summer of 2021. I'm thinking, maybe I'm done with radio again. I tried the law school thing, and they were like, yeah, you need to wear a mask. And I was like, oh, that's the first reason I want to leave already.
Yeah.
Mayorkas on New Orleans not paying attention to the lone offender attack bulletin. There was allegedly a bulletin that went out that said, "Hey, be on the lookout for lone attackers on New Year's Eve." And they're like, "Yeah, we got this covered." Okay. It's like going back to the war on terror. It's like that memo that Bush got. Biden or Bin Laden determined to strike in the U.S. And he was like, "What are the odds of that happening?"
Right.
All right, cut 15. Phil, go.
I know you have a lot going on. We appreciate it. So this investigation and what happened in New Orleans is now in its second day. Where do things go from here? What do you still need to know?
Well, the FBI is leading the investigation, Wolf. As you know, of course, 14 innocent lives were lost in that tragic event, and our hearts break for the families and loved ones. And we pray for those who suffered injuries for their swift recovery. There's still a great deal of investigation underway. The FBI has, of course, captured videos, as the reporter indicated. We have located phones and laptops. Residences are being searched. There's a great deal of investigation still underway. The conclusion has been reached. This is an event that was inspired by a foreign terrorist ideology. This individual ascribed to the heinous beliefs of ISIS. With respect to the Las Vegas incident, no motive has yet to be determined. Both investigations are at an early stage.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. It's very interesting. You're the Secretary of Homeland Security. CNN has obtained a joint bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security warning of lone offender attacks coming up, specifically mentioning the potential use of vehicle ramming. That bulletin came out and was sent around the country to cities and states warning of this potential danger. Did New Orleans
not get the memo?
Screw up, basically, not pay attention to that warning?
I don't think that's fair to say, Wolf. That wouldn't be a fair conclusion to draw. That was not our first bulletin with respect to the threat of the lone offender. The perpetrator of the terrorist attack yesterday in New Orleans was an Army veteran, a U.S.-born citizen. We have spoken now for about 10 years about the phenomenon of an individual resident in the United States radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology or other ideologies. We're speaking of a veteran here. Local officials do the best they can in securing the well-being of their residents. We work very closely with our state and local partners.
The FBI says this New Orleans...
There you go. What an empty suit. It's just all, you're right, he is ChatGPT. It's just unbelievable. It's this monotone delivery. You remember the shoe that Trump lost on stage when he got shot in Butler? And he wanted to get the shoe. If I was Trump on day one, I'd take that shoe and I'd ram it right up Alejandro Mayorkas' keister and tell him to get lost.
Oh, dear.
Douglas Murray, New York Post. I want to read this. This is one of our stories we had from our email last night. From college campuses to Afghanistan, we let Islamic terrorism rise again. He writes, let's all give a big shout out to the globalized, the Intifada crowd. You got your way. Congratulations. Hope it feels good. For years, citizens of Israel have had maniac jihadists driving at them and trying to mow them down on their streets. But this only got cheers from the dolts on U.S. college campuses and New York street protesters. Then, just before Christmas, Germany again got a taste of this intifada. That was when a Saudi immigrant decided to plow a vehicle through a previously happy Christmas market. He killed 5 people and injured almost 200. Then on New Year's, it was America's turn again. And he goes back to, and he's talking about the last 23, 24 years. And when you look at it, and Fox had a breakdown on the screen here on the television about an hour ago, whether it's Hamas, whether it's ISIS, whether it's Al-Qaeda, whether it's in Iran, Syria, or Afghanistan, we're starting to see this rise again in terror where these training camps are conducted, where these people become radicalized. And I hate the fact that I have to Monday morning quarterback it and say it after the effect. But doesn't it feel like we've kind of taken our eye off the ball a little bit and become a little too laxed on this subject matter? Because now all of a sudden it seems like, especially with this administration, especially after the Afghanistan withdrawal 3 summers ago, business is starting to pick up again. That's the vibe I get. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not. But
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, America looked weak, and when America looks weak, Russia moves into Ukraine. Didn't Iran get $6 billion in a hostage exchange, and that fueled the Hamas attack in October of 23. And when America's not strong, everybody else seems to act out.
Yep. The two similarities between the two terrorist attacks that happened, I mean, I guess you call them terrorist attacks, whatever. The 2 attacks that happened on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, Mayorkas was asked about that on This Is Cut 18, Phil. He says we should make no assumptions because, they both rented the same car from the same app and they both attended this, or they were both at Fort Bragg, and all coincidences, coincidences, roll it.
As you know, you've suggested there's no evidence of linkage between Las Vegas and New Orleans, these two attacks. But there have been several very, very significant similarities that occurred during these 2 attacks, right?
Well, both individuals rented their respective vehicles from an app. Both individuals were U.S. citizens who have served in the military. But that doesn't necessarily draw a connection between the two events other than similarities of characteristics.
Are you 100% convinced that the individual in Las Vegas had no affiliation with a terrorist organization?
I don't think we know enough to draw any conclusion just yet. We're at a preliminary stage.
So all these similarities that you mentioned, and there are other similarities
There are others
as well, purely coincidental?
Wolf, we're going to refrain from drawing assessments and conclusions until we learn more evidence. We owe that. That's a responsibility of a careful and thorough investigation, and quite frankly, a responsibility we owe the public, not to be premature in our conclusions.
The odds on all of these similarities being purely coincidence are probably the same as winning the Powerball. It's just something doesn't add up here. It smells. And by the way, too, let's say you had young newborn kids and you lived in a bad neighborhood and you were going to step outside and say, I'm going to leave for the next 8 hours and I'm going to have Alejandro Mayorkas watch over my kids. Would you feel safe and have
Hard
peace
pass.
of mind?
Yeah, no.
Hard pass.
Yeah, it would be a hard pass as well.
So are you trying? Do you think that these attacks were coordinated?
I could be. It just seems. I mean, what did we have? I had in the big take 5 or 6 different. So they're both military, both Fort Bragg, both electric trucks. What were some of the other similar? I had them in the big take.
Obviously, the timing.
The timing. I mean, really? I mean, it seems a little too good to be. I mean, what is that? 500 million to 1? What? I mean, what are the odds of that happening? I don't know. I'll leave it up to the smart federal officials.
Why he radicalized to a foreign terrorist ideology is still under review. We still don't know. I have some theories, but okay. Mayorkas said this, 19. Phil, go.
The FBI says this New Orleans attacker was, quote, 100% inspired by ISIS. What can you say about how his connection to ISIS emerged?
Well, that is still a subject to investigation. That is one of the key elements of the investigation. The motive has been identified. Why precisely this individual radicalized an Army veteran, a United States citizen, why he radicalized to a foreign terrorist ideology is still the subject of review. Why there was encouragement by the FBI special agent to individuals who know Jabbar to communicate with the FBI whatever information they might have about that path to radicalization.
Donald Trump posting on Truth Social last night in regards to the terror. Our country is a disaster, a laughingstock all over the world. This is what happens when you have open borders with weak, ineffective, and virtually non-existent leadership. The DOJ, FBI, and Democrat state and local prosecutors have not done their job. They are incompetent and corrupt, having spent all of their walking and waking hours unlawfully attacking their political opponent, me, rather than focusing on protecting Americans from the outside and inside violent scum that has infiltrated all aspects of our government and our nation itself. Democrats should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen to our country. The CIA must get involved now before it is too late. The USA is breaking down. A violent erosion of safety, national security, and democracy is taking place all across our nation. Only strength and powerful leadership will stop it. See you on January 20th.
Woohoo.
Yeah, it'll be, and by the way, we'll have the first exclusive audio of the president-elect coming up in about 10 minutes.
That's correct.
We'll have that coming.
You might have to snuff out al-Baghdadi, right?
Yeah.
He died like a dog.
Yeah, I see him in the...
I always think of Shane Gillis doing that bit, and it's hilarious.
By the way,
Well, get ready to laugh coming up. Huh?
not to give anything away, but I have a little preview computer over here, and I see the president-elect. Looks like he has a mustache.
No.
What?
Yeah, he's rocking a mustache.
Did he take away the beard and just go stash only?
Yeah, it's gonna be. I love to see this.
Wow.
Everybody, tune in when Sean comes in.
I have a full mustache and beard.
All right, let's do this. What does Tom Homan say? Tom Homan, the new border czar of what's happening.
You're done. You're done.
This is cut 17, Phil.
Security.
Well, the police chief was asked about the incident in Las Vegas, if they had seen any motivation and inspiration from any terror group. They had not identified anything there yet, I should say, at least. They said they're very heavily still in the middle of that investigation. But to the point in New Orleans and the FBI update that we all just got a short time ago. The FBI confirmed that the suspect in New Orleans posted videos online Tuesday night claiming that he had joined ISIS before the summer and provided a will and testament. So they did confirm that he was indeed inspired by that terror group to carry out that vicious, violent, heinous act and attack there in New Orleans.
Well, that brings another issue. I think the incoming administration needs to look at insider threat. I mean, insider threat analysis has been put in the back seat by this administration. If we got 2 people who served in the military that were that committed these terrorist acts. We need to really dig down into insider threat in our military, in our federal service, whether it's the FBI, whether it's other agencies, whether it's the military. Insider threat's a big issue, especially in our industry that has infrastructure responsibilities. We need to drill down and find out about this inspiration and what insider threat is currently in the United States government, military, and in the United States government service, and address them right away. We got to address insider threat. We have to. We can't let this go on any further.
Tom, just to circle back there.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, you got his issues he's going to have to deal with deportations. You can have Kash Patel coming in, what he's got to do with the FBI. And it feels to me like that specific insider situation feels like more of a Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard type. So you're going to have that to deal with. But I want to go back to that clip that I played earlier of Kash Patel. Remember when Kash Patel said, why do we have 7,000 people here in this building? What are these people doing here? And he wasn't trying to be a jerk about it, but he legitimately wanted to understand why it's necessary to have so many of these people involved. And there's just way too many cooks in the kitchen that muddy and murk everything up. And it's got to be stripped down, right?
Yeah. We're fitting the bill for them. So
yeah. Exactly.
There's so much waste there.
Yep.
Yeah.
All taxpayer funded.
One more, and then we'll break for Sean. What did our commander in chief have to say about this? Joe
Daddy
Biden
owes you.
What did he say? Daddy owes you.
Daddy owes you.
Oh God, that's so creepy.
Isn't it?
I got a lot of Joe on my board.
Daddy owes you. Daddy owes you. It's like, oh God, if you hear that, you're probably a basement wife.
Name me a time.
You're probably a basement wife.
That's right.
He says that we're going to continue to relentlessly pursue ISIS and other terrorist organizations where they are, and they'll find no safe harbor here.
Yeah.
So look out. He gave this press conference in the 3 o'clock hour yesterday. I believe Zeoli took some of it live. All right, roll it.
People in New Orleans are sending an unmistakable message. They will not let this attack or the attackers with his deluded ideology overcome us. None of us should fear that he'll overcome us. We're going to continue to relentlessly pursue ISIS and other terrorist organizations where they are, and they'll find no safe harbor here. I'll continue to provide updates in New Orleans and Las Vegas as the facts develop.
You think Trump dodged a bullet on July 13th? Americans dodged a major bullet with him and with her being ousted.
Yeah, we need subtitles every time because I am like, what? I'm always playing back. What did he say? What was he trying to say? But even the subtitles get confused too.
Anyway, since we're down this rabbit hole, let me play this real fast. This is cut 7. This is a montage. You remember, we just heard that, right? He could barely put that sentence together.
Right.
Let's go back in the time machine, where the media told us that he was fit. He was sharper than ever.
Sharp as a tack.
Remember,
don't believe your eyes. Yes. Don't believe your ears.
Yes. Mayorkas
you don't know what you're talking about. You're dumb.
No deep fakes. No cheap fakes.
Mayorkas said the hardest thing he had to do was prepare for a meeting with President Biden. Remember that?
On his game.
Here's just a little montage put together, I think, by our friends at Gravian, discussing how don't believe anything. He's sharp as a tack.
Right.
Does the president have the stamina, physically and mentally, do you think, to continue on even after 2024?
Don, you're asking me this question. Oh my gosh, he's the president of the United States. I can't even keep up with him.
The most difficult part about a meeting with President Biden is preparing for it, because he is sharp, intensely probing and detail-oriented and focused.
I can testify because I've been working very closely with this president for the past 2 years. I've been knowing him for 30 years. And I'm telling you, this guy's tough. He's smart. He's on his game.
Joe Biden has vision. He has knowledge. He has a strategic thinker.
The president is focused. He's detail-oriented. He's always thinking about the big picture.
He is engaging. He is capable. He has an incredible record as president.
And I'm often with him on foreign trips. He's at the top of his game.
So he has a vision. He has knowledge. He has judgment. He has a strategic thinking.
I met with the president, 5 or 6 weeks ago, and he seemed fine to me.
I have complete confidence in the president. I have watched him expertly guide meetings of staff and cabinet members. I could not have more confidence in the president.
I would just tell you that I meet frequently with the president.
Yeah, Millie, tell him.
And every single time I meet with him, he is just fine.
Yeah.
But he is, again, knowledgeable, wise.
Incredibly sharp, incredibly probing, incredible command of the details.
He is sharp. He is on top of things.
There is nothing to these challenges, these suggestions that somehow he's not sharp and he's not capable.
We see Joe Biden up close. We know how attuned he is to the issue.
And you're going to see how smart he is and the experience he has.
I say his age is an asset.
He's wise.
Yes, he's wise. He has wisdom. He has experience.
And his experience, because of his age and his wisdom, has been invaluable to this country.
A lot of countries, people who've been in office a longer period of time are praised for their wisdom.
I have seen a lot of 72-year-olds not as capable as this 80-year-old.
It is hard for us to keep up with this president.
His mental acuity is great. It's fine.
Off the charts.
It's as good as it's been over the years. He's fine.
That might be
this
true.
right-wing propaganda that his mental acuity has declined is wrong.
And this kind of sense that he's not ready for this job is just a bucket of BS that's so deep, your boots will get stuck in.
There you go.
DeSantis' boots.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, thank you, Joey.
Oh my God. So don't believe anything. This montage is like
Well, I mean, remember, Morning Joe Scarborough said in April of 2024, this is the best version of Joe we've ever seen.
100%.
Right.
8 weeks later, he could not perform and function at the debate.
Yeah, it's funny because I think Nancy Pelosi was really spearheaded the push to get him off the ticket, and there she is just lying to everyone's face.
Yeah.
Please don't
All
bother me
pilled
with
up.
such frivolity, okay?
Okay. All right, we've kept the president-elect waiting long enough.
Yes. Let's get to it on the other side. The great Donald J. Trump will join us for his first appearance of 2025.
Why would you even cover that?
Because that's what we do on Friday, okay, Nance? Okay? Back after this, Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
You know what's really good about the Eagles? Not only are they talented, they're young. This isn't a team built by picking up older players with the hope that they have a year or two left. This is a team built by excellent drafting, wise free agent signings, and great teachers on the coaching staff. The only over 30 player on the offense is still excellent Lane Johnson. On the defense, just Darius Lay. This team should be among the best for years to come. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
That's why I don't go online without connecting to NordVPN. I don't want anyone stealing my personal information and snooping on my browsing activity. Also, TechRadar named NordVPN as the most trusted VPN by casual users and experts. Features like Threat Protection Pro safeguard your devices from phishing websites, scan downloads for malicious files, and disable intrusive ads and trackers so you can surf more safely online. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. By the way, you can protect up to 10 devices with one account. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Have you ever tried something for the first time and then wondered how you ever got along without it? That's how thousands of new Navage users describe their first experience. Once they feel sinus relief and can breathe clearly again, many wonder why it took them so long to experience the Navage difference. Navage uses refreshing saline and gentle suction to quickly suck out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Stop suffering from congestion and start feeling better again with Navage. Brand new look, same great product.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Get up, Harry!
It's 8:40 on a Friday morning. Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Follow us, hit the like button, subscribe, and get all the visuals that go along with the program as we welcome in the President-elect, the 47th and 45th President of the United States, just 17 days away. The great Donald J. Trump is with us. Mr. President, good morning, sir. I saw the scenes from the party at Mar-a-Lago. Seems like you're ready for 2025.
Well, we are so ready for 2025. I have to tell you that, and we are very excited about it. Nobody throws a better New Year's Eve party. You know, you have Dick Clark. He's a great guy, or was a great guy. I've known him very well. And I just want to say this, by the way. On New Year's Eve, more balls dropped in New York City than in Justin Trudeau's entire lifetime. I can tell you that, okay? I can tell you that because you have Queen. I call him Queen Justin. He's going to be our 51st governor, right? We're going to take over Canada. And we're also taking Greenland. We want to take over Greenland. That's going to be our Green New Deal. We're going to take over Greenland. Everybody's going to be very excited about it. But we hope you have a happy new year. You know, I saw Melania. You saw Melania. She was doing the boogie, right? The Trump boogie. And everybody was very happy at Mar-a-Lago. The center of the universe, as Elon calls it. We're very happy.
So let's start with a lot of these awful tragedies, unfortunately, that we have to discuss to start the year. We'll start with the Las Vegas explosion. You know, we know Elon and his team helped authorities to get information about the exploding Cybertruck outside of your hotel, since it is one of your properties. Any new information that you're able to share with what occurred in Las Vegas?
Well, you look at it, you see the truck outside, and the first thing I thought was, is Chris Christie in town, and did he have too much Pizza Hut, right? Because that's usually what that scene looks like after the fact. But we're very sad about what we saw, right? We're very sad about what we saw. But we have the greatest cameras, we have the greatest properties, and we don't know what the hell happened. But it never would have happened if I was your president, right? I'm your president-elect. It never would have happened if I was your president. But it's very sad to see it. And we got to get to the bottom of it, right? We have to get to the bottom of what the hell happened outside of my building, because this guy was obsessed with Ukraine. And this guy was at Fort Bragg with the other guy from New Orleans, right? And Ryan Wesley Ruth. They say Ryan Wesley Ruth visited the base. That's the other Ukraine guy. He tried to kill me on the golf course. And I took him out I hit him with a very nice shot with my 3-wood. I took him right out. Nobody drives harder than I do. But you see this? The Cybertruck, it went off. And quite frankly, it was very scary. Good thing we weren't there. I wasn't there. And Elon's truck, they call it bulletproof, just like my ear. It's bulletproof. But it survived a lot. It took a lot of damage. It survived a lot, but it was very sad. And we have to get to the bottom of it. So we're going to use the greatest surveillance cameras because we have the greatest at our property. And we're going to get to the bottom of what we saw.
Donald J. Trump joining us as he does every Friday here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210. Let's get to Joe Biden. I don't know why, but we will. 17 days to go. It can't come soon enough. He hasn't announced any pardons for the J6 committee yet, but what do you think about Liz Cheney being awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom?
Well, you look at Liz Cheney, and when I look at Liz Cheney, I see one thing. I see Miss Piggy, right? You look at her, and she looks just like Miss Piggy, right? She looks like Miss Piggy a lot. Nobody looks more like Miss Piggy than she does. And I called her the other day. I said, Liz, how the hell is Kermit doing, right? You look at it. But she is a horrible person, right? She really is a disgusting, and I have to say that, a disgusting person. Just like Rosie O'Donnell, just like people like Stacey, Stacey Abrams, all these people, Lizzo, these are horrible people. But Liz Cheney is a terrible person, and she comes from a very interesting family. The only thing I would pardon her from is going on a quail hunt with her father, right? That's a dangerous thing to do. It's almost as dangerous as speaking on a stage in Butler, Pennsylvania. It's almost as dangerous, but you look at it, she's a terrible person, and we love Harriet, right? Harriet Hageman, she beat her, and she beat her bad, right? She beat her very bad. You look at it. But Liz Cheney does not deserve a pardon, and she rigged the J6. We call it the Unselect Committee. This is a bad person. She did a horrible thing, and she tampered with the witness, right? Cassidy Hutchinson. She said, Donald Trump tried to hijack the beast, the presidential limo. She thinks that I tried to choke out, and I do very well. I could fight very well in the octagon. You look at it, I know Dana White very well. Yeah. But she thought that I tried to fight the Secret Service agents with the presidential limo. These are crazy people. These are sick people. And by the way, these are very stupid people. That's my favorite phrase. We call these people very stupid people. Or as my favorite senator from Louisiana, his name is John Kennedy. We love him. John Kennedy. He calls them high IQ, stupid people, avocado toast eating, goat milk latte drinking, high IQ, stupid people. And we love John Kennedy, but we do not like Liz Cheney. She looks a lot like Miss Piggy. Everybody knows it. And that little piggy's gone to market, I can tell you that.
Oh, we love Mr. Kennedy.
Help me understand this.
Yes, we do. All right, Mr. President, let's get to Mike Johnson. He may not have the votes to be elected Speaker of the House, and that'll be coming up very shortly. What do you have to say to any of the reps on the GOP side of the aisle who do not want Mike Johnson to continue in this role, despite your endorsement?
Well, we have to listen to the king, right? That's what they call me, Daddy Trump or King Trump or Emperor Trump, whatever you want to call me, right? But they have to realize what I say goes, and they have to stop the games. You know, you look at Thomas Massey, you look at Chip Soy from Texas. His last name is Roy, but I call him Soy because he's a soy boy, right? He wants to be the Rules Committee. But he's bald, and we're not letting anybody who's bald do that. I'm sorry, Nick. We're not going to let it happen. Okay?
I don't blame you.
You know, you're a nice guy.
Thank you, sir.
But we have said it on many occasions. If I need to see the future, we can rub your head, and we can see it very quickly, like a crystal ball. But you're a nice guy. You're a beautiful guy. No Rules Committee. You have to have a beautiful head of hair for the Rules Committee. But you look at Chip Soy, horrible people. A lot of these people who are voting against Mike Johnson, they have a point. They want to make a point, but they are going to be holding up the process. And it's very scary because we have inauguration to get to, and we need a speaker. And Mike Johnson has done not so good of a job, right? We could look at it. A lot of people think I love him. He's done not so good of a job, but we had him on the plane. And we had him with the picture with McDonald's. He was sticking his head over the shoulder, right? Bobby Kennedy. And Bobby just got done roughing him up a little bit. You know, you look at it. Mike Johnson, we said, get your ass in line. You're a terrible guy. But you look at what happened. He so badly wants to be a part of the club.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then he brings these horrible deals to the floor. But we're going to work with him. We have a very slim majority. He doesn't have a lot of votes to play with, not a lot of wiggle room. It's kind of like, you know where I'm going with this. Chris Christie in a very tight suit. There's not a lot of wiggle room, right?
No wiggle.
Look at it.
Yeah.
It's very tight. It's very tight. It's tighter than Stacey Abrams in, a pants that she bought maybe last week or something because she's been eating a lot. You know, nobody eats as much as, what do we call her? The beast of the Southeast, right? But you see what we're talking about. Johnson is going to have a hard time today. And we want these people, get the vote done. We'll fix it in a few months, but we need a speaker, and we don't want dollar store Barack Obama, or as I call him, Hakeem Jeffries. We don't want that. We don't want Nancy Pelosi, who just got a big, beautiful, brand new hip, right? She got a beautiful hip over in Italy. I don't know what happened. Maybe our good friend, the great Dawn Stensland, was in Italy. Maybe she tripped Nancy. We'll see what happens. And there were reports of a erratic driver on the sidewalk of Washington, D.C. the day that Nancy said she was back in town. So I don't think we have any coincidences there either.
Mm-hmm.
Drunk Nancy is coming to town. They say grandma got run over by a reindeer or grandma got run over by Nancy Pelosi. We'll see what happens.
Exactly right. Speaking of not a lot of wiggle room, let's go from Chris Christie and Stacey Abrams to a new viral video. And you know all about viral videos. You created the Trump boogie. Everybody's doing it. Melania was doing it during the holidays at Mar-a-Lago. It's a nationwide trend. It's not going to slow down anytime soon. It went instantly viral. But we do have footage of a new trend. And the question is, will it go viral and become maybe the biggest boogie since the Trump boogie? I want to play this for the audience and then get your reaction, Mr. President. Let's take a look at what I believe could be Stacey Abrams in the Little Mermaid reboot in a tank. We're going to need a bigger tank. Phil Almquist, let's play the footage.
Our innate value. I think all of those other things come easier.
Oh my God.
But we're also able to do them with like more curiosity, more excitement from a place of just exploring and like enjoying life and less of a place of thinking that this next new thing is going to solve us, right? You are not a problem that needs to be solved. You are amazing. You are fantastic. You are awesome. You are enough.
Oh my God.
I love you. You are worthy. Here are some bubble kisses for you.
Bubble kisses.
Oh my God.
Mr. President.
We love the bubble kisses.
Your
Right? We
thoughts.
love the bubble kisses. I have to tell you something. I never knew Lizzo knew how to swim until I saw the video, right? We have a brand new gas giant, right? Let's do astronomy with astronomer Trump. I knew Galileo very well, by the way. We looked through the telescope. He said, "Sir, what is that big gas? What is that?" I said, "That's Jupiter. We love Jupiter." He said, "Sir, what is the one behind that?" I said, "It's Saturn. Look at those beautiful rings." And then he said, "Sir, there's another blue one behind it." I said, "That's Uranus." He said, "That's not very nice, sir." I said, No, it's a planet. We're not talking about anything else." And then we said, "Sir, what the hell is that?" I said, "That's not a planet. That is Lizzo in a mermaid costume." We went from the Little Mermaid to the very big mermaid. You saw that. She was huge. That's not just a mermaid. I think that was, the whale from Finding Nemo, And Nemo, by the way, never would have been lost if I was your president. He got lost. He went to Australia. P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney, beautiful dentist, does a fantastic job. But you have this mermaid, and I don't think that's going to go viral. I hope it doesn't go viral. If you're watching that, do not put yourself in a mermaid costume and go swimming for a few hours. She seems to be very successful, not just in the swimming endeavors, but probably at an all-you-can-eat buffet also. You look at the size, and you look at what happened. You see what's going on. Bubble kisses for anybody. We're going from bubble kisses to the golden age of the United States. And I'm thinking maybe I want to do that. They said, "Sir, do you want to do that like a mermaid? You want to be the golden mermaid?" I said, "We're not going to do it because a lot of people don't know this, but I have a beautiful body." The Greek god, his name is Zeus. You may have heard of him.
Yeah.
He called me. He said, "Sir, what is your secret?" I said, "I play a lot of golf. I eat a lot of McDonald's." And so we put them on the McDonald's diet. They eat the beef tallow fries up on Mount Olympus, the Greek gods. And these people, they look fantastic. They said, "We are getting such great results. So not only are we making Mount Olympus great again, we're also going to make America great again and healthy again." But you look at that mermaid, she is going to be the new poster child for Ozempic. I can tell you that. And she needs a lifetime supply because you see what's going on. Little Mermaid is now the huge mermaid, and it's a big problem.
Oh, my God. Sean Ferris.
Woo!
I mean, Jesus
That was amazing.
God almighty. my jaws hurt from laughing. How was your holiday, buddy? Everything good?
Oh, it was great. It was a good time.
Great.
We had a good time. I didn't expect to see this mermaid video, but it came across my feed yesterday. I said, "Well, we might just want to put that out there."
Is this a new trend or something? Like is this like a?
I think it's from a documentary.
Honestly, I have no idea what that was, but it was on the Newsmax segment that I did yesterday, and I just blurted out on air, "Oh, it's Lizzo." It was just it was a good time, so I figured, why don't we just add that in because it's absurd. She's been doing that for a while, apparently.
Yes,
really?
This is her thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all the whole sham with the body positivity thing, and you're good enough, and you are what you are, and
she can hold her breath for a long time down there, though.
Yeah,
I know.
I was just gonna say,
it's amazing.
That's a sign of actual good health, actually.
Look at that middle though. That's not a sign of good health. That
No.
No.
The cream filling.
Yeah. All right, Sean Ferris is going to stick around like he always does for the 9 o'clock hour. We'll get his thoughts on everything that has transpired on New Year's Eve and the New Year's morning, from New Orleans to Las Vegas to Liz Cheney to J6 coming up on Monday. A whole lot with Mike Johnson. We'll do it on the other side as Sean sticks around. Nick, Anna, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company. 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. Buckle up. We're back after this.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it.
You don't have to wait until our next event to start your crash-proof retirement educational process. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Is your home cold and drafty, or windows and doors just won't open like they used to anymore? Brighten your home with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We offer a wide selection to fit your style and budget, ensuring energy efficiency and aesthetic appeal.
And new doors and windows enhance your home's value and comfort.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 9:01, Friday morning, fourth and final hour, off and running. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland. Sean Farish is with us. Stocker, Phil, Sean, whole gang. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Morning mystery movie clip in under 20 minutes. The cut sheet part due today in music history on the way as well. And also a big three from Anna coming up here in just about 15 minutes. All right, so let's get Sean's thoughts on all of the big stories over the last couple of days, whether it's the mystery fog, the H-1B visa debate that was going on throughout the Christmas break, of course, Mike Johnson. But let's start, Sean, with New Orleans, Las Vegas, a lot of eerie similarities, a lot of coincidences. What do you make of these terror attacks that we had to endure to start the new year?
Well, New Orleans was that was the one that really started to get me upset, because you had the FBI come right out immediately and say this wasn't a terror attack, and then you see a picture of an FBI agent taking a photograph of an ISIS flag. And I just want to ask any of those FBI people, who carries those? Do terrorists carry those, or do like cool, nice, people carry those? I understand it wasn't a school board meeting, so maybe you didn't think it was a terror problem. But when you see that and you see this lady, I just want to be clear, it wasn't a terrorist event, but we did find a bomb. Okay, so that kind of should tell you that maybe it's a terror attack. I understand that, like, you think people that went for a walk in or around the Capitol are like the scariest people known to man, on January 6th. But that just goes to show you that the FBI has absolutely no interest in being transparent and forthright with the American people. You see what they did yesterday? They put out a new video of the January 6th pipe bomber 4 years later. Mm-hmm. So they can find out everybody else who did anything on that day in the Capitol. But when it comes to the pipe bomber, this guy has found a way to elude detection everywhere. And then the next part was with this New Orleans guy. We know everything about him, right? Like, we know what app that he used to rent the car. The New York Post was inside of his house. We know where he served in the military. Why do we know all about this guy? We know nothing about Thomas Matthew Crooks. So you mean to tell me that, like, this 20-year-old who worked in a nursing home, right, who was apparently what they call a lone wolf, knew how to encrypt his phone and hide his tracks better than a guy who served in the United States military? It's something just isn't sitting right here. And the Vegas story, I don't know what to make of that. I'm not sure if they were connected in any way other than them happening on the same day. You would like to believe, not like to, but logic would push you in the direction of they happened in the same day. They used a rented vehicle from the same app. They both served the same military base. They're both U.S. military. You would think that there's a connection there. The FBI and everybody's saying that there's no connection there. So now I really think there's a connection there because they haven't gotten anything right. It's like if the FBI told me that water was wet, I would jump in a swimming pool just to make sure.
Yeah.
Like it would, that's where we're at now. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. And so Cash Patel, 877 Cash now, he's got a lot of work to do. Yeah. But why do we know all about the New Orleans? We know more about the New Orleans guy 2 days after the attack than we know about Crooks 5.5 months after the assassination attempt. So a lot of stuff isn't sitting right. 17 days, right, until we can start to maybe get to the bottom of this. It's important. You want to feel safe in the country, and I never used to fear the FBI. I was never like a huge fan of government surveillance and spying and doing all these things, Patriot Act, etc. But the whole idea was, well, we're doing this so that the people can stay safe. And so a lot of folks, said, okay, that's a reasonable trade-off, right? But, go back to the great Rand Paul, who says, don't trade in your liberty for a false sense of security. Mm-hmm. And he's right. He's right. It is, at this point, it's a false sense of security. We're probably, 30 minutes away from the FBI telling us, yeah, both guys were on our radar. Yep. Well, it's great that they were on your radar. Well, what do you do? You just watching him? You got popcorn? Look at this guy. He's got a truck. Well, he's got an ISIS flag now. I wonder what he's going to do. That's the crazy part. And then I keep coming back to right after the event happened, there's a picture of a guy taking a photo of an ISIS flag, and she's coming out saying it's not a terrorist attack.
Right.
All right. Well, then what does that flag do? If it was a Trump flag, you'd say it was a white supremacist attack. So,
no doubt.
It's crazy. It's crazy. The fact that they think we're that stupid, mm-hmm. right? That they think we don't have eyeballs everywhere. We're not going to be able to say, hey, but this doesn't line up with this. They think we're stupid, and they just want us to shut up and sit down and obey.
Yeah.
And I think the American people are done with it.
I agree. Sean Farish with us. So we've got terror attacks on the ground via electric trucks, and for now, seems like 7-8 weeks of mysteries in the air. First, it was drones. Who's behind it? Who's responsible? Now it's this mystery fog that has suddenly floated across.
Sean's head's going to explode.
Suddenly floated across 12 of our 50 states. And people are wondering if there's any sort of connection here.
Yeah, of course, of course, that's what it is. So a couple weeks ago was the first time anybody's heard of a drone, and now it's the first time we've all seen fog. I got really scared the other day. I took a shower.
Yeah.
I came out and I was like, what is going on in my bathroom? Why is there so much fog? I've never seen this before. I mean, look. It started in Florida. Okay, Florida man was up to his normal thing. But this is my favorite thing, right? Watch this. So there was a National Weather Service announcement on December 20th. Because I'm a weather geek, okay? I love the weather.
Yep.
There was a National Weather Service announcement from NWS Jacksonville. And you're going to laugh at it, but they call it super fog, okay? So it's a naturally occurring phenomenon where you have a wildfire, the smoke and all the particulates get captured in the fog. It started getting cold down in Florida. That creates fog. Now, that explains Florida. It doesn't explain everywhere else, but fog does happen. So that could explain that as well. You have the polar vortex, which I'm going to call it right now. You could bookmark this. You could record it, flag it. Next week, when it's cold in the United States, it's going to be the first time anybody experienced cold. And why is it so cold? It's weather manipulation. They're playing games in the air. They're going to blame it on like something crazy. So, but the fog thing, there's people who think now the fog came from the drones.
Yeah.
And in Florida, you see on like people's security camera, like the fog has particles, right? So it looks kind of strange. And that would line up with what the National Weather Service came out and said, with the ash and the smoke from the wildfires. But my favorite was everyone telling me how dangerous the fog is while they're standing in the fog. I was like, so if it's so dangerous, why are you filming content in it? You know what I mean? I get it. You want to be like a citizen journalist. That's fine. But like, if this was a life or death situation, you wouldn't, like, if it was nerve gas, you would be like, oh, guys, check this out. Like,
Right.
you'd be away from it. So I don't know what to make of the fog other than fog is a naturally occurring phenomenon. I don't know why it's in 12 out of the 50 states other than fog does happen. In Florida, there is a weather explanation for it that was put out there well before it became the new thing. But I don't think it has any connection to the drone. I would say it has more of a connection to whatever Chris Christie ate on Christmas.
Sloppy Chris Christie
does for the drones, right? Or Eric Swalwell or one of these people. That guy. Could you believe? Like, that actually happened. Nobody told us what that noise was when it was on live TV. Like, Eric Swalwell
farted,
let one go on live television.
He absolutely did.
That's the fog.
He absolutely did.
Yeah. Fang Fang, too, by the way.
Yeah, the Fang Fang.
I call her, you know what I call her?
What's that?
Chinese takeout, right? That's what we call her.
You know what's interesting, Sean, your point that you made here before Christmas break, and by the way, thank you for filling in very ably over
so much fun.
Christmas.
Always a pleasure. Appreciate the opportunity.
You said that these drones it's just much ado about nothing. And you're kind of being proven right? Mm-hmm. Because nothing has really happened since then.
Yeah.
You know what did happen, Greg?
Yeah.
The FAA came out and said no recreational drone flying until January 17th. And wouldn't you know it, people stopped seeing drones in the air. Okay. So again, my point was always there was something in the air at the beginning of this whole thing, like in the middle of November, that people saw that they didn't know what it was. But when it became the new TikTok trend to see drones, people started seeing toys in the air. That's what it was, right? There's a UPS Christmas commercial of a little 9-year-old boy who got a drone for Christmas. It could have been his toy, right? Seriously, just because there's something in the air doesn't mean it's like something, you know what I'm saying? And so now FAA says no recreational drones over Jersey until January 17th, and the sightings stopped. The sightings also stopped because apparently we stopped looking up during the holidays, right? Again, there was something. I think there was tests going on with that. What is it? The Pterodynamics. It looks like a plane, but it also looks like a drone. It's called the Transwing. It's great. I don't know how it identifies, but you have this.
What are its pronouns?
Yeah, exactly. What are the
it and that?
But after seeing a couple of those and seeing these again reasonable explanations that it's probably just a prototype and no, the government they're just going to be difficult because that's what it is. when you see that they shut down recreational drone flights and people stop seeing drones,
Yeah.
it would lead one to believe
Yeah.
that perhaps you were seeing some kid's toy in the air.
Well, it's interesting that it didn't happen. People were seeing it over New Jersey, parts of New York, maybe PA. But Anna, you were saying in Florida, there was no sightings down there, right?
No, I mean, there's always things in the sky, but no one was suggesting it was off of, what was it, an Iranian warship or a Russian warship?
Well, yeah, Jeff Van Drew said it was a mothership.
Yeah.
Or a
Yeah,
birthing
the mothership,
excuse
no.
me. It's called a birthing person vessel. We have to be politically correct. Right. Project 2025. The rule is politically correct. Okay.
But by the way, I told you this, I think on Twitter and in a text. I took my wife and daughters to see Disney on Ice last Saturday. at the Wells Fargo Center.
It's a great story.
And they go through the Moana bit. They go through the Little Mermaid. They went through a few other of the popular movies, and then they got to the Lion King. And as Rafiki and the other characters come out, all I can think about is Sean Farish doing Trump saying what they did to him was horrible.
What they did to Mufasa was terrible. Really was horrible, right? You look at Mufasa. Great guy.
I'm sitting there laughing my ass off. And my wife's like, well, you're enjoying this. I go, yeah, but you don't know what I'm thinking about right now.
Some guy commented on, oh, could you keep politics out of the Like, there is always someone that's just absurdly angry on that app that comes in and just starts yelling. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I didn't have any transgendered characters on Ice. I was good. It was a good time.
You said it was good. There was no woke nonsense in it. That's good.
Nothing. There was no social, political messaging. It was typical.
No drag queens on Ice.
No drag queens. Yeah, it was just your typical old school Disney stuff.
So, like, you sat there for 2 hours?
Oh, I had 2 Amstels.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, you're good. You're a good girl, Dad. Man.
Yeah, I try.
That's a good.
You get me a little lubed up, I can handle anything.
It's like I was hammered.
I was yelling, "Where's Peter Pan? Get Captain
blown
Hook
out
out
of
here!
Disney on Ice show.
Where's the pan?"
This whole thing sucks. This whole place sucks.
Why are there not more hockey championships in the banner rafters? Damn it! You
got a big take on it.
Yeah, that might come your way on Monday.
Oh, cool.
If everybody's a good boy and good girl. Lastly, Sean, I got to get your thoughts on the H-1B visa debate. I mean, look, I am all for debates and arguments and discussion. I think it's healthy. That's how we arrive at the best formula, the best way forward, the best path. Got super, super spirited, super heated. And I'm not really sure what we accomplished. It was something that was going on a lot throughout the holidays. Your thoughts on the social media S show that was started by a handful of characters, actually.
Yeah. Everyone has to stop arguing. I get it. Passion is fine. I don't mind arguments. I don't mind debates. I love arguments that I'm not a part of because it's fun to watch. We have to be better at taking a lot of the emotion out of it. Elon did not handle it well. Vivek did not Vivek usually handles everything well. In terms of Scott Jennings referred to this as a poor communications exercise on CNN. He said that, Vivek showed us how not to do it. Insulting people or, calling Americans lazy. And he may be onto something. There's definitely a lack of There's a lack of the valuing hard work in the country right now. My point throughout the entire thing with the H-1Bs was, and this has been Trump's term. This is what he's been saying since he ran for president. You can come to this country, but you have to do it legally. Now, I don't want to see accountants and cooks and interns and, cashiers being used for the H-1B visa program. Those are not skilled necessarily positions that should be going to people outside of the country. I think we need to incentivize these businesses to hire American. However, let's look at the talent pool in this country right now and what it's been through. Okay. This DEI in education. And I have been beating this drum since 2021. And there have been people who have been beating this drum for a lot longer than that. But when I lived on Long Island and we were running a very successful grassroots organization, we were taking over school boards. We first got involved in education. And the very first thing that I said was, this is the America First issue. that is often overlooked. And people said, well, what are you talking about? America first. You think border, you think foreign aid, putting the interest of the country first. And I said, well, think about it. If you're sending an entire generation of children through the education system, and they're being taught how to wave their fist in the air and yell about George Floyd, and they're being taught 19th century feminism, and they're being taught, that there's 900 genders, and they're being taught about underwater basket weaving, when they get into the real world, they're not going to have any skills that's going to help them compete in jobs, within the workforce. So what's going to happen is those jobs are going to wind up going to folks from other countries who were taught useful skills. And I guess that makes sense. Well, we're having that debate now. The debate isn't necessarily, I think, about the visa, which should be reformed, because you can't, what we don't want to see, and Jennings said this on CNN, and then Elon, came around to this conclusion as well. And this is the common sense conclusion. What you don't want to see is the abuse of the system, where foreign labor is undercutting wage demands of American workers. But if there are foreign workers who are more qualified in a purely merit-based system, then I believe those people should at least compete for those jobs if they're more qualified. Now, I don't like seeing employers take the H-1B visa and hold it over the heads of these employees and say, well, if you don't work 80 hours a week, we're sending you home and we're canceling sponsorship. I don't like seeing Americans get screwed over for jobs that they are qualified for. But I think we have to take a really deep look at our talent pool and realize it's thin, and it's thin because our kids, the kids in this country, the students in this country have been poisoned by a horrible education system. I mean, look at the universities, look at Columbia, what we saw in April with the protests with pro-Palestine and all that. And then look at what you saw right after, hours after the New Orleans terror attack. They're in the streets calling for intifada. I mean, you can't have a radical Islamic terror attack in this country and then have a mob of people in New York City going, yay, terrorists. That's a problem. And that all comes from education. So we need to take the Department of Education, right? This is what Trump wants to do, Linda McMahon, and they want to send it back to the states. The states got to kick it down to the counties. All right. And we have to get this system, the education system, back in the hands of the parents. It starts at home. These children need to learn useful skills in school. Don't teach them how many genders there are. Teach them how to balance a checkbook, how to work with their hands. Give them a skill that they can take outside of those four walls of the classroom and do something of value, because they're not learning valuable skills right now in a lot of these schools. And that's part of the reason why they're losing out on these jobs too. Our talent pool has been wrecked by this education system. So I'm in favor of reforming the H-1B system. I'm also in favor of a 100% meritocracy. I believe incentivize being the best, right? Do we think that Shohei Ohtani stole an American job, or is he just the best player in baseball? Mm-hmm. All right. I firmly believe Ohtani is the best player in baseball, probably the best baseball player that I'm going to see in my lifetime. That guy is super talented. He deserves a spot in the MLB, right? But what I don't want to see is folks coming from other countries undercutting the wage demands from American workers and getting those jobs because they're cheaper. That's no good. It should go to the best candidate. If we can incentivize hiring the best and incentivize trying to find the best here, make it more expensive for these employers to hire foreigners, and incentivize hiring American. And if you can't find a qualified American, then you go ahead and you can look elsewhere. I think they're going to have to look elsewhere a lot, because I do think the American talent pool has been diluted, but I don't want to see the program go away completely, because I do think that the best and the brightest should have an opportunity here, but only the best and the brightest, not the somewhat best and somewhat brightest. You know what I mean? There's a happy medium, and Scott Jennings hit it on the head on CNN, as he normally does.
Yes, he's quickly becoming the only reason to put on CNN for sure.
Yeah.
Got about 60 seconds here before we get to break, and then we'll get to the big three, and Sean will stick around for that with Anna coming up on the other side. Mike Johnson right now claims to be optimistic heading into today. Is there a better solution? Are we stuck with this guy? Does that position actually matter because it's Trump's show? What do you make of MAGA Mike right now and his prospects moving forward?
Well, he could be optimistic. I'm optimistic week one of the NFL season, and by week three, I realize it's the same old crap, because I'm a Jet fan. So, so that's how that goes. But I think we are stuck with Johnson. There are tons of better alternatives in the House of Representatives, but they don't have the votes.
Yeah.
None of them are going to have the votes. So you might as well ride it out with this guy. Trump is the president now. He can manage him a little better than when he was, when he was off the field.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to grow the majority. If we want a better speaker, we have to elect better representatives. I love accountability, and if we can fix it, then we should. And the American people can fix it. Vivek talks about lazy and all that. If we don't show up in the 2026 midterms, and if we're not involved in every step of the process, this is what we get. So it's not like you have to be a political junkie like me, where it's 24/7. That's your life. But if you want a better Speaker of the House, yelling about it on Twitter isn't going to solve the problem. Getting involved in the process will. Finding a better candidate will. And immersing yourself in the process, start to finish, will yield results. But it's a long process. I do think we're stuck with Johnson, and he's the best that we have right now.
All right, Sean Farish will stick around on the other side. We'll come back, get to a big 3 from Anna here in the 9 o'clock hour. More leftovers of what Stalker has on the cut sheet for part 2. And then, of course, today in music history. All still on the way. Kayal and Company. It's a Farish Friday, and we are back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company as we roll on. It is a Friday morning. Kathy Barnett coming up top of the hour as she fills in for Dawn Stensland. We've got Anna Hummel with us filling in for Dawn this morning here on Kayal and Company. Sean Farish hanging out. Greg Stocker, Phil Omquist, Sean Sereno.
It's a whole party here on a Friday.
It is.
Man.
It is, yeah. This is... what
It's your birthday party.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, Sean, it's Kayal's birthday today.
It's Nick's birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. You know, you're a beautiful guy.
Mr. President.
I just want to say that.
Yeah, I'm 41, Mr.
And
President.
How old are you now?
41.
Well, you don't look a day over 40, so I just want to tell you that. That's tremendous. You look great. And you have the hairdo of about a 70-year-old, but it's okay. It's fantastic. You're a great guy. We just want to say, tremendous person.
Tremendous.
Very talented.
Yep.
Very smart and highly respected.
Highly.
Beautiful guy.
Highly.
All right, we'll get to the cut sheet.
And the ratings, by the way.
Yeah.
They're going up like a rocket.
They are.
ship, aren't
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, by the way.
Great work. I got to remind the audience every now and then that.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Yeah.
It was a good fall. It's been a good year. It's been a good many years. So thank you. Thank you to the listeners, everybody out there, and everybody who takes part in this program. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we never get tired of winning around here, do we? Yeah, probably not.
Odyssey's #1 talk station. Remember that, folks.
Woohoo!
That's right. All right, without further ado, Anna Hummel, let's find out what you have lined up for a Big 3 at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Wayne Osmond is dead.
Who? Saw that.
Who?
Wayne Osmond. The Osmonds legend passes away peacefully as family pays tribute. Wayne Osmond has died from a stroke at the age of 73. The Osmonds legends passing on New Year's Day was confirmed by his family in an emotional statement on KTVX. Wayne Osmond, beloved husband and father, passed away peacefully last night surrounded by his loving wife and 5 children. Quote, he would want everyone to know that the gospel of Jesus Christ is true, that families are forever, and that banana splits are the best dessert.
Wow.
We love him and we will miss him dearly.
Yeah,
That's a
you know,
statement from
the
his
banana
family.
split, it's kind of gone off the radar in the last handful of decades. I think we need to make the banana split great again.
Really? I find it subpar.
Really?
I'm not into
Yeah.
it.
Oh.
No.
So, Nick, I don't know if you're aware, but there's 4 of us right here, and it's 3-1. So you're out.
3-1, as in with the banana split?
We all don't like the banana
They're
split.
Are you guys just
desserts.
anti-banana or?
I don't know. Not in dessert.
You don't like the
Well,
whipped
I
cream?
have been less inclined to appreciate bananas ever since the Lizzo story came out.
Oh.
She did the thing, so.
Oh, didn't she like sodomize one of her dancers?
Something about it. She said
Or a
not
stripper
me, right?
somewhere.
There was, yeah, something like that.
I love it. I love Lizzo. I hope she doesn't lose weight. She's so funny.
She took
She's
the
the
bananas
best.
and she told them to put it places you're not supposed to do that. Right? Not supposed to do that.
Don't. Thank you, Joe.
Don't.
Do not.
That's the one word foreign policy
right.
that didn't work.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
Are you guys thinking about going to war with America? Don't.
By the way, can I one more story or one more question on this?
Sure.
Wayne Osmond was a brother of Donnie.
I believe so. His famous
Okay.
siblings include Marie Osmond and
Marie,
Donnie
yes.
Osmond
Okay,
of the variety show Donnie and Marie. You a
Yeah.
fan? You guys a fan?
Yeah, as you can tell, I know exactly who's
Right.
Wayne was the lesser Osmond.
Yeah, he was like the.
How many were there? I feel like there was a Merrill Osmond. I don't know who's who.
That's like the Jackson 5.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right.
a lot of them floating around.
Mm-hmm. Apple to pay $95 million to settle claims that use Siri to eavesdrop on customers. We kind of referenced this throughout the show today.
Yes.
Apple has agreed to pay $95 million to settle a civil lawsuit accusing the privacy-minded company of deploying its virtual assistant Siri to eavesdrop on people using its iPhone and other trendy devices. The proposed settlement filed Tuesday in an Oakland, California federal court would resolve a 5-year-old lawsuit revolving around allegations that Apple surreptitiously activated Siri to record conversations through iPhones and other devices equipped with the virtual assistant for more than a decade.
That's right. If Siri's listening to you, you know the feds are.
Don't you just assume that they're all listening to you?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I don't know. I feel like I gave up my privacy. I hate it because I'm a libertarian. I hate it, but I feel like I gave up my privacy a long time ago when I started clicking accept on everything to make my life and my worldview easier.
That's right.
And
With
I just
convenience comes
right?
surveillance.
Yeah. So like
cookies. I'm like the cookie monster on the internet now. You want this cookie, that one, that one. I guess just giving me all cookies.
So do you guys agree with this law? I mean, should Apple have to pay?
So Apple has been found liable of surveillance of
It looks like they're just settling. It's a settlement.
Yeah.
So,
they're
I
making
mean,
it
they
go
got
away.
deep pockets, so maybe $95 million.
I
is
think
chump change
$95
to them.
million is like it's like barely half a day of profits for them.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Yeah, $95 million. Here you go.
Yeah,
go
there you
away.
go. Yeah.
It's like crumbs that they just reach into their pocket. It's spare change. You know, this is one I like to brag. Even though Google does the same thing, but I've been Android since day one.
Yeah,
so
you're a communist.
green bubbles. Green bubbles.
Yeah,
we got to work on that with
all
you.
the time. Whenever we have Sean
Ruining the group chat,
yes,
right?
whenever we have Sean in the group chat, it's all of a sudden green. I'm like, why is it green?
Bubbles, yeah.
Green bubbles.
Yeah,
People get so mad at me.
I
I'm
know.
like, that's one of the main reasons why I keep the Android phone, just because all my iPhone friends. Oh, green bubbles. I'm like,
Just a provocateur.
Sometimes I'll text Sean and like I'll text him a video or something like that, and he'll I don't know if it's delivered because it doesn't say delivered. I'm like, I don't know if this got to him.
I
like,
know.
What am I doing?
Could be lost in translation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
you go all get Android. I mean, it's better.
I've
all the
used it.
all the features that iPhone users are like, oh, it does this. I'm like, yeah, my phone did that 5 years ago. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's true.
I remember when the first iPhone iOS came out and you could swipe close the apps. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, Android 1.0, nice.
Amazing. Yeah. Do you have wait? Do you have a Mac? Do you have anything Apple? Nothing Apple.
No, I had a Mac once, and then it got rained on, so that was the end of that. And then I got another Mac again, and I sent it back in one day because I almost beat it up with a baseball bat. I just couldn't deal with it.
See, that's interesting because I'm an
Apple,
I'm an iPhone guy, but everything else I use is Windows.
Yeah,
my laptop.
I loved my first Mac, I will say, and I'm still upset that the rain got to it, as I didn't expect it to rain. I'm a weather guy, but all of a sudden I was sitting down, we were doing a live stream, and it poured on us, and that was the end of the Mac.
There you go.
So,
Honor, you a Apple devotee?
Oh my God, I'm a Jew, so whoever has the best deal, I'm sold. I don't care.
Best deal.
Yeah,
I love
all
your
about a
honesty.
bargain.
Yes.
Yeah. And on a lighter note, to end the big three at 9, Russia fines partygoers for looking too gay.
Uh-oh.
Too gay. Yes.
Oh.
Russia fined at least 7 people for, quote, looking too gay after a police raid on a nightclub in Tula in February. An analysis of court records by an independent Russian media outlet showed at least 8 people were detained during the operation, which videos show was carried out by men in military-style uniforms and helmets. Police charged the detainees with, quote, trying to arouse interest in non-traditional sexual relations, unquote, which has been a crime in Russia for a decade, although it is usually directed at those publishing pro-LGBT material, not for those wearing unmanly clothing, which was the crime.
I wonder you go. I wonder what Russia thinks about the FBI showing off Swiftie bracelets in a selfie.
Russia.
Yeah.
We love Russia.
Yeah.
What, looking too gay?
Do we have a photo? Is there a photo of these gentlemen?
Right.
There was like a dark video. It was hard to tell.
Like what is too gay? You know.
I don't know. I see people dressed too gay in St. Pete all the time. So
Now, for everybody who says that Russia is this terrible, they might be onto something there. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Caitlyn Jenner won't be in anytime soon. But that's fine with me. That's fine by me. That's funny. Tootin' with Putin, we call it, right? Putin's a smart guy, great guy.
Yeah. All right, Anna Hummel, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Big 3 at 9 as we get ready to find out what Stalker has left over on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. 16 here, Phil. This is let's go back to what Sean and Nick were talking about earlier. The Thomas Massey, the Mike Johnson thing. There's a lot of hardliners now. Like 16 Republicans. Did I hear that right, Sean?
16.
I think it's 12.
It's 12.
Or
Okay.
maybe 16. Yeah, maybe 16 or 12. I think it's one of those two.
By the way, this interview. So this is Thomas Massey, who's a hard no. He actually said he's going to vote against, Mike Johnson. This is on the new Matt Gaetz show.
Oh, on OAN.
Yes.
OAN.
Yeah.
So now
you should put your brand manager hat on and evaluate his performance.
I don't. First of all, the eyebrows are just. I just can't. I don't know. Okay.
You're not getting a cameo from Matt Gaetz anytime soon. Did you want one for your birthday, Nick?
Yeah, actually, I would. What does
A
he
message
charge?
from
these?
Matt?
Yeah, you can pick up the tab on that one.
So Matt,
hard pass.
Tom Massey said that you can start cutting off my fingers as opposed to voting for.
Oh wow.
Okay,
Mike
we're
Johnson.
chopping off digits.
Yeah. All right. Roll it, Phil.
If Chip Roy were asked to serve as
See what I
chairman
mean
of the Rules
there.
Committee, would that be enough to get your vote for Mike Johnson?
Oh, no. You can pull all my fingernails out. You can shove bamboo up in them. You can start cutting off my fingers. I am not voting for Mike Johnson tomorrow. And you can take that to the bank. You
Who
know
are you
that.
voting for, Thomas? Who are you voting for?
For all our viewers,
He says, you know what? Let's go to a promo. Here's the interesting part is I just read that Marjorie Taylor Greene, of all people, actually will be voting for Mike Johnson. So we've got Thomas Massey on the other side. I feel like it's role reversal. Sean Taylor. Sean, are you a little surprised that Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually in the backing in the camp of MAGA Mike?
I am, but I'm also not, because she was pro McCarthy, which means that there's something she got, promised, maybe the chair of a committee or something.
Okay.
From Johnson to get the vote, and that's usually what happens. I hope this doesn't go 20 rounds, but if it does, it'll give everybody something to talk about besides fog and drones. So that'll be good.
At least we're talking about issues, right? At least we're putting these things forefront.
There you go.
Wikipedia, the Wikipedia co-founder Larry Sanger, was interviewed on by the Epoch Times, and apparently Wikipedia went woke.
They spent, I heard, $50 million last year alone.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
On DEI.
Yeah.
And they spent $30 million on effectiveness. So they cared more about diversity than they cared about actually being good at their jobs. This is a problem.
Sounds like a bad business model.
That's why they're going bankrupt.
Yeah.
Well, but they ask you, please donate
all the time.
It's like a whole page.
I know.
Too.
Yeah, $5, $10.
If effectiveness is number 2 on the totem pole, to DEI, and you're asking me to give you money, the answer is no. I'm never going to do that.
Yeah.
Imagine the American Red Cross, they come to your house, they're collecting to give to some needy situation across the world. And they're like, it's actually not going there. It's going to us so we can hire more diverse people. I'm not donating to you.
All right, let's hear from Larry Sanger. He's the co-founder of Wikipedia, courtesy of the Epoch Times.
Introduced the neutrality policy before Wikipedia was even conceived of, and then Wikipedia inherited it from Nupedia. Wikipedia made a real effort at neutrality for, I would say, its first 5 years or so, and then it began a long, slow slide into what I would call leftist propaganda. I mean, it's a harsh description to put on Wikipedia, but at least a lot of the political articles read that way now. But that's because they follow the news media, at least they have done in the last 10 years or so, 10 or 15 years. They've gradually gotten rid of all of blogs, and then more recently they've gotten rid of almost all conservative news sources as sources for their articles. And so as the news media has shifted, and as the establishment, frankly, has shifted more to the left, the content of Wikipedia has followed suit. It would have been hard for me to accept that this would happen and that it would be so striking. Even 10 years ago, I mean, already there was this decline into a slide to a center-left point of view by 2010.
All right, so we can now throw Wikipedia and Allstate in the same category and get rid of both of them. I actually just used Wikipedia because I wanted to read up on Wayne Osmond when we were talking about that in the Big Three.
Learn anything cool?
A little bit, so I'll close that tab out and never go back to that ever again. But it is interesting because we talk about everything with Silicon Valley, with big tech, with the search engines, whether it's Google, whether it's Wikipedia, which is why on this show, on this station, we use DuckDuckGo because you don't get that political slant, you don't get the spying and things like that. But it's just one of these things, again, where, and I'm not even, to be honest, other than using Wikipedia in the past as a quick search, there's editorial availability, I believe, for a lot of, you can pretty much edit anybody's, is that right, or am I misspeaking? You can edit somebody's Wikipedia page. Like Greg could go in and edit Wayne Osmond's Wikipedia page right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
I don't know how to do it.
Neither do I.
But apparently you can.
Yeah.
That's why, like most colleges, you can't cite, or high schools, I don't know, you can't cite Wikipedia as like an actual source.
Okay.
Because people can go in and modify it.
Interesting.
Since Anna's joining us from the great state of Florida, this judge put on a VR headset to put himself in the defendant's shoes.
Jeez.
Did you guys see this?
No, this is news to me.
News 10.
I did see this.
Yeah, this News 10. I'm not sure where in Florida this is. Anna, are you familiar with
it Hialeah or
news?
something like around Miami
Yeah, I'm
area?
not sure.
Yeah, I think I
did.
did.
All right, let's this judge with his VR glasses to put himself in the defendant's shoes. Go.
Broward judge peered through a virtual reality headset.
These people are coming into his space, right?
And he's backing up.
And he's backing up.
So as not to be injured like his wife.
For an immersive experience an artist designed to illustrate this defense expert's opinion.
As we back up and are being approached, and it's like a chest-to-chest encounter, no matter where you look.
That based on his review of depositions, a site visit, and sworn witness statements to police.
Now this is where the vase was broken from the chair that had been thrown previous.
And this is actually a photograph from one of the videos, right?
Yes, that's correct. And there's the names.
And the purpose of putting in this photograph is to show what connection to this animation.
That's correct.
Miguel Abisu, the Southwest Ranch's wedding venue owner, facing 9 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for waving a gun at guests last year.
This is when he pulls the gun out, when he's backed up against the bar.
Did so in self-defense, he testified.
Such a futuristic.
I know. Space, he still has not brought out his gun.
That is correct.
Placing the judge and the defendant's shoes.
Physical size difference, the age difference, and then he's grabbed.
viewing the incident through Albisu's point of view.
Wow. So interesting.
High tech.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they couldn't just like watch videos of this. They had to go the.
Maybe they should have bought a bunch of
VR.
Oculuses and taken them to the New York subway and allowed all those people, including Daniel Penny, to be in his shoes. And how would you react if somebody was threatening your livelihood? I actually like this. Believe it or not. Yeah, like when you talk about things in law, I think when in New York they were using the reasonable person standard.
Yeah.
Would it be reasonable if you were in that person's position to act the same way they did?
Sure.
This actually gives us a little insight into that. I'm actually on board with this. I like this.
Yeah. The POV of the person dealing with the situation.
How much do those headsets cost? My daughter's wanted one for Christmas.
Like $600.
Yeah, like Meta makes them, I believe, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be able to do. I get migraines. That would be a nightmare for me. I was sitting with this thing.
Yeah.
Now my old drone.
Used
to. I had a VR headset. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You can fly. It felt like you're playing a video.
Yeah, by the
game
way,
or
are you
something.
grounded until the 17th? Have you been flying the drone, or are you?
Because I'm in Tennessee, buddy. I'm not in those commie states up
Oh,
in the
that's
Northeast.
right.
You're in
That's
a free
right.
state. I can fly that thing whenever I want. Come and take it. You know that? They have the gun thing. I made a meme. It's the drone, but it says come and take it on it instead, right? You're not
Damn
taking my
right.
drone from me, from my cold, dead hands.
That's right.
All right, we got a break.
All right, we'll come back. Sean Ferris, thank you very much. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Hey, thanks, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
All right,
See ya,
brother.
Sean.
There
Bye.
he is, Sean Ferris from Nashville. We'll come back, wrap up with Today in Music History, our morning mystery movie clip, and then Kathy Barnett is up at the top of the hour.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Bam, bam.
Singing with Stalker.
Sorry
on
about that.
Friday morning.
Realized my mic was on.
Yeah. Scale and Company.
By the way, a lot of people in the YouTube chat asking about the voicemail messages.
Oh, yeah.
We've been lax in the voicemail messages.
Yes.
They've been so I apologize. I will make a better effort in 2025 to get to starting Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Starting Monday, we will make sure to get to your voicemail messages.
That's right.
Before the end of the show.
That's right.
So, go to the Odyssey app, hit the click the little microphone button on 1210 WPHT, and leave us a voice message.
That's right.
And I will make sure to get to them before the end of the show starting Monday.
And it's available 24/7.
It is.
365.
Yep,
I
absolutely.
mean, you might wake up at 2:15 in the morning and have a cold sweat and thinking about MAGA Mike and whether or not he's got enough votes.
Yep.
You want to leave us a message and give us a hot take?
Yep.
Go ahead and do it.
By the way, one little piece of feedback here. William J. Norton tweeted in and said, Anna Hummel has been great. Anna Hummel, excuse me, has been great. Let's get her a regular spot.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
Coming to a radio station near you.
Yeah.
How about that? All
That's
right.
great.
We will get to a clip from a story with the Buffalo Bills, of all places.
Oh, boy.
Coming up in just a moment.
That's a sports team.
Bills Mafia.
I got it. The table breaking team.
Yeah. Big Trump country up there, by the way. A lot of Trump supporters up in Buffalo.
I
But
believe it.
before we get to that, let's get to Today in Music History with Phil Almquist.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, that's you, boo.
That is you.
That's you, sir.
Hang on.
Mr. Singing over the break.
Oh, God.
There you go.
All right, I need to
So much pressure.
I need to fire myself.
Yeah, I
All
have
right,
a
here we
meeting
go.
with you, sir.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, January 3rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Stephen Stills, who's now 80, and John Paul Jones from Led Zeppelin, who's now 79. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Beatles producer George Martin. We also lost Jerry March from Jerry and the Pacemakers in 2021, Zach Foley from EMF in 2002, and the rocker I'm actually named after, Phil Everly of the Everly Brothers in 2014. Yes, that is true. Singles include I Want to Do Drug by Huey Lewis in 83, Heart of Glass by Blondie in 79, and Life's What You Make It by Talk Talk in the UK in 86. Albums include White Hot by Angel in 78. Also in 73, Ace Frehley answered a newspaper ad and auditioned for Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, and Peter Criss, and of course they became Kiss. In 81, David Bowie made his final appearance as the Elephant Man on Broadway. In 87, Aretha Franklin became the first woman inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In 70, B.J. Thomas was atop the singles chart with Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. Thankfully, there's no rain right now, which is good.
Yep.
In 57, Fats Domino recorded I'm Walking. Also in 70, Davy Jones announced he's leaving the Monkees.
Uh-oh.
But lastly, since Oasis is touring this year, on this day in 2002, Liam and Noel Gallagher topped the poll of celebrities you would at least like to live next to, getting 40% of the vote. So hopefully now, 23 years later, they both show up to MetLife Stadium on August 31st, the day I have tickets for Kayal Company. I'm Phil Almquist.
Shocking. He'll be at MetLife and he has tickets. Also known as Friday.
Yeah.
All right, there
now
he
let me
is.
go to your video.
Yes, Phil Everly Almquist with Today in Music History, as he's going to skedaddle into the back to provide us this video of this Bills Mafia story, which, if I read this correctly, there was married couples at a Bills game, but then, and this is where I'm a little confused, it seems as if the couples went their separate way and there was adult relations
Uh-oh.
being had in the facilities?
In the facilities.
In the restrooms. Phil, if we have this clip, I will actually be seeing this for the first time, much like probably 99% of the audience.
She's cute.
Let's take a look
All right.
here and roll the footage.
Do you guys want to hear some gossip about people that we don't know? Okay, great. It's my favorite kind. So, my dad works security at Buffalo Bills games. He's been doing it for years. He loves it. And most of his job is just like directing drunk people and kicking them out for doing stupid fighting or peeing on the floor or like doing drugs in the stadium. And every so often, people are caught doing illicit things in the bathroom. And he told me at one of the most recent games, his coworker got a report of two people, a man and a woman, getting it on in the men's bathroom, in a stall, whatever. It's not the craziest thing.
Yep.
But this guy is like, I have to kick you out, obviously. And they're like, hold on, wait. All of our stuff is back at our seat. Can we just go and get it and then we'll leave? And he's like, I can't let you go back there, but I can go and retrieve it for you. And they're like really pressing him, like, no, let us go get it. And he's like, no, I'm not letting you back in the stadium. I will go get your stuff. So he goes to get their stuff. And he arrives there, and the two people that are sitting there who they were with are like, where are our so-and-so and so-and-so? And he's like, oh, they've been ejected from the game. Like, are they friends of yours? And these two people, it was another man and a woman. It was their husband and their wife. So these two couples go to this game together. And two of them who are not married sneak off to go cheat mid-game. And I think before the security guard pieced it together, he told them why they got ejected. And I don't know all the details specifically, but from the sounds of it, it didn't seem like the other two knew what was going on between them.
Uh-oh.
I mean, why would you disrespect Josh Allen like that? How
I
dare
know,
you?
I agree.
That's
and
amazing.
They're Bills fans.
Wow.
Imagine what Jet fans do on the down low.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow.
Jeez almighty.
Well, if they weren't found out, they are going to be now.
That's right.
Maybe
Well, I tell
more
you what.
fog is coming our way.
Yeah. Bills might want to win a Super Bowl sooner or
I mean,
later.
that's a violation. You can't go to a game with somebody else's wife and hook up with.
Yeah.
Are the Bills the team where they've like been to the Super Bowl like 5 times but never won it?
They lost
Is
every
that the
NFC
team?
East team.
0 for 4 in 4
Yeah.
straight years.
Yeah. Giants beat them. Redskins beat them. Cowboys beat them. Eagles will beat them this year.
Wide left.
Yeah, wide left. All right. That'll do it for us. Anna, it was great working with you the
Oh my
last couple
God,
of
what a
days.
pleasure. Thank you guys, the whole team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't
Nick,
be a stranger. We'll chat
Greg,
again soon.
Phil, Jim, Justin, Frank. Thank you guys, everybody.
We'll
really
bring you
appreciate
up,
it.
We'll bring you up our way in the coming months, and we'll.
All right, sounds good.
We'll
I
roll
appreciate
this.
it.
We'll roll this. We'll keep rolling this.
And we know Anna will be at 7-Eleven getting coffee tomorrow.
No, be at Wawa.
Ah, see what she did there.
Yeah, and calling random
Smart.
people D-bags. There you go. Have a great weekend, Anna.
All right, you too.
All right, you got it. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Stay tuned. Kathy Barnett is up next, and we will see you Monday morning. Dawn will be back as we get ready for the 4-year commemoration of January 6th. Bye-bye.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million